Hi, little fella. Got some tasty candy for you. Wanna try it? Tea.
Hello, folks. Welcome to another fine day on Saturday in Weirdland. Now, we have the trio, the menage a trois. Well, no, not quite. You know what I mean.
No.
All right. Well, all right. No problem. We'll just say the tree. We'll just say the co-host trio here. That's not in anything weird. Nothing weird, man. Nothing weird. Okay. All right. We have here the purveyor of this channel. All hail Avasarala. And then we have actually, I'm sorry. That is, that is our know-it-all resident straight man, for the most part sometimes, but Blackie enthusiast, all hail Avasarala. And then we have the true purveyor of our channel here, Damian J. Van Dam. And we're not talking about Jean-Claude's. We're not talking about the Jean-Claude obsessed person. We're talking about the guy who's obsessed with the big, with the big white buck teeth of Shane Vandrell, who's so dumb, who had to have a cover name that was so close to his last name, like Van Dam. Awesome. He was an awesome guy. Rednecks are awesome, folks, on TV. Just know that. All right. But anyway, welcome to TEE-HEE TV. We won't offer you any candy because we know that's weird. All right. How we doing?
Wow.
Now how was that for an intro, guys? That's been a while for me. How was that for an intro? Was that too coffeeed out? Was that too energetic?
That was good, aside from that little Freudian slip near the start there.
What? Hey, come on.
A little bit of insight into what you're thinking about.
Come on. It's like Chris Farley said in Black Sheep, don't run away from your feelings.
I wasn't feeling that.
Was that Black Sheep?
Hold up. Okay. No, it was Tommy Boy, sorry.
Yeah. I thought that was Tommy Boy, yeah.
Actually, I watched that for the first time sometime in the last 6 months. Somehow I'd just never seen it.
It's a good movie.
Holds up well. I mean, I didn't say it the first time, but for, since a lot of 90s comedies don't, it did.
Oh, yeah. Loved Tommy Boy. Used to watch it all the time when I was a kid. Just love that movie.
It mainly holds up because it was really heartfelt. It was like Tommy Boy was sort of, was sort of a peek and a reflection into his, into his relationship with his own father, actually.
Yeah. But no, it's just my favorite part of that entire movie is the part of the gas station where he breaks the car door and Chris Farley goes, "What'd you do?"
No, my favorite part is, you know what a gym is? Oh, I'll check it out.
Another good part is where he's doing the thing with the blazer, the jacket.
That's everybody's favorite.
It's like fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. Oh man.
See, that's my favorite part because eventually he comes back. Richard, what are you doing?
It's like
as soon as he catches him up in something, boy, he becomes really slick after that point. He's no longer an idiot anymore when he catches him jacking off.
Yeah,
like, Richard,
it's like, are you watching Spanked Revision? But
I still want to revisit Beverly Hills Ninja. I loved that as a kid. I don't know if it would hold up now, but I used to love that movie.
Never seen it.
No?
Nope, never seen it.
I've got very fond memories of it.
Yeah.
Everything Chris Farley, really.
I do have to say it was the ruination of my man's career from Mortal Kombat, though. I do have to say.
Didn't Mortal Kombat ruin its own career by doing Mortal Kombat Annihilation?
No, but look, that one guy was a shining star, and although it was funny, he, didn't see him too much after Beverly Hills Ninja.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but then we didn't see much of Chris Farley after that because
Well,
Why, what happened? Is he okay?
Oh my God.
he ate a prescription pill and alcohol sandwich. It didn't agree with him eventually.
Yeah, I miss that man. It's just like he brought he was just so funny. It's just I loved all his movies. Well, of the movies that I watched, I enjoyed them all.
And plus, word was that he was on an obsession track to meet his demise at the same time as his idol John Belushi.
Yeah.
And another one. I was stuck with Jim. Boo.
So it was John Belushi because I always confused the two.
Jim's the one, who's still around.
Yeah. All right.
It should have been you.
Well, I mean, I watched. Speaking of Jim Belushi, it's just I watched that show that he did with Jerry O'Connell called the Closers. No, the Defenders.
The lawyer comedy show.
Yeah, the Defenders. That's what it was called. Yeah, it's just that was a good show. It's a shame it only
wasn't bad.
It's a shame it only got one season, but yeah, it was a pretty good show.
I miss Jerry O'Connell. I can't think of the last time I saw him in anything.
Well, he is in that Star Trek show called Lower Decks. He's in that.
That's the animated one, right?
Yeah, the animated one.
I grew up with Sliders. Love that show.
Yep, so did I. That was a good show. Never finished it actually. I watched it, but it was always out of order. Like I'd watch it when it was on, but I never watched it from beginning to finish.
Hey,
from what I understand, it went to shit.
Hey, Damian, a lot of kids in America grew up with Sliders. That's why we have an obesity problem right now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God damn it. It's just the...
TEE, everybody. TEE.
TEE. Yeah.
I wish I grew up with Sliders. You don't really get those here. Like, they're occasionally, but it's not particularly common.
I'm telling you, White, you know what I'm saying? Look, White Castle is a fat man's mirage, in my opinion. White Castle burgers are a fat man's mirage. He thinks he's not eating that much when he downs a whole dozen of those small little burgers. It's a fat man's mirage.
All of a sudden, he's getting the grease and meat sweats.
But he's thinking he's going light. But he feels like he's going light though. He's going light on those burgers. It's not like eating a Big Mac or a Whopper. I'm just eating these little slider burgers here. But
yeah, I can totally eat 15 to 20. Yeah.
And then some fries, and then a couple fries too. You gotta have a couple. You can't just have one order of fries with a dozen or two, White Castle burgers. No, you can't. Of course you can't.
And spend the next 2 hours filling up your toilet bowl.
And being guilty. Fat man's mirage, folks. White Castle is a fat man's mirage. I'm telling you, you're thinking it's not that bad, but then it becomes bad.
I've never had White Castle.
I've never had the opportunity. I remember seeing Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. I was like, I want that. Where do I get those? Oh, I don't.
No, I wouldn't travel that hard for those. I'm going to be honest with you. They're good,
no.
But I'm not going to
travel like within 20 minutes. Fuck it.
You can carry, and honestly, these days you can carry your ass to the store and get them. Like really, no. If I mean, look, they're still making White Castle's still making money. They're still their official burgers, but you can go to the supermarket and get them. Because I don't even know if I don't even think we have a White Castle here. Actually, I don't even think we have a White Castle in Virginia. Damn, I'm a
That's
dumbass.
something I've always wondered. Like how I figured based on the way they set it up in that movie, I was like, okay, so I guess they aren't that common. It's a franchise, but it's not like McDonald's.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things, man. Look, America is weird like that. See, America when it comes to these who and grandfathered in, what I'm saying, situations, it's like a lot of people have been able to make a lot of generational money because, what I'm saying, they started something first or they knew somebody and got connected in. And then it's like they become like the only ones. That's why after a while they started, they started going hard on monopolies because people started to figure the fuck out. Like, God damn, it's like one person does something and it's like they're the only people that can fucking do it. It's like come the fuck on. It's like
Wasn't that the McDonald's story? Didn't like the guy who made McDonald's like screw over a bunch of people?
I mean, yeah, those billion he served. I'm just kidding.
I'm not including those.
I kid McDonald's customers and real human meat in the. No, that was a rumor I heard. That was a rumor I heard. Real meat in the burger. Okay, I'm sorry, human meat.
Cheeseburgers are people.
Yeah.
Huh? I'm just saying. It's people. Okay, no, I'm sorry. That was
Yeah.
No,
we all went there.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Call back to Ghostbusters. Go back to Ghostbusters, by the way. Which the new movie is coming out soon, and they have.
I'm looking forward to it.
They've stacked it. Have you seen the cast? They've stacked it.
Wait,
yeah,
what's
I
coming
haven't seen the trailer yet, but Ghostbusters, what's it called? Frozen Empire or something?
Yeah. I saw the trailer for it, and it looks good.
They've stacked it though. I mean,
and I'm happy that they're bringing back almost everybody. They're bringing back Ernie Hudson, Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, even the secretary's coming back. I can't remember the woman's name. Unfortunately, Rick Moranis is not coming back. But I mean, can you really expect him to come back? I mean,
He wasn't in the last one either, was he?
No, he wasn't.
What?
But then again, he retired from acting, so it's not like you can expect him to come back for anything, really. Obviously, they're not going to do like a ghost return of like Harold Ramis like they did in Afterlife. But
I thought they handled that really well. I liked that his character being dead was the sort of core of the storyline too. I like the way they handled that.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, they tied that up in a neat little bow in Afterlife. So bringing him back as a ghost in this one wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. So bringing him back again just doesn't seem necessary. So
no,
I don't
last
expect.
One, it was a good send-off.
Yeah, it's just I don't expect to see him again. I don't.
Especially when you see the way that he spread his seed, and now now he's got descendants, as they put it.
It's his daughter and his grandchildren.
Which I gotta say, I'm gonna say like the one people that I'm like rooting for, and I'm keeping my eye on because I want to see them win because they put a lot of work. Like the kids, well, the young people from Stranger Things, I want to see them win because they've got maybe one more season to go of Stranger Things.
Look,
and then it's done.
I agree with you. I do, but I can only really see Millie Bobby Brown getting a career out of it. I really do only see her getting one.
Look, the kid. Look, I'm trying to tell you, the kid. I don't know why I'm forgetting his fucking name.
Finn Wolfhard, I think, is what you're talking about.
Yes, he's getting the career, but I still get concerned because he gets a lot of strange roles, and
so you're worried about typecasting?
I mean, it's a present thing, but I just don't want it to be this thing to where that's all he gets, and he's kind of on the cusp of being another remake kid. in a way if he's not careful. He's also in danger of that because there was it, you know what I'm saying, 1 and 2, and now there's this. So I just don't want him to start being like the, you know what I'm saying, the remake kid of weird shit a lot of times because he's done other movies that weren't remakes, but it's also been weird shit.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be a risk. But what about the other kids? What about the kid that had the problem with his teeth that he got fixed, and then the other kid, I can't remember his name.
Caleb McLaughlin.
Okay. The other two kids, I haven't seen them do anything.
Well, okay, now Caleb McLaughlin, the Ernie Hudson of the young Ghostbusters. You know, I mean, I think he was campaigning for that anyway. I mean, honestly, now that I think about it, I mean, a campaign was already done like long ago. You know what I'm saying, for his role in the Ghostbusters movie. Now, I mean, those guys did go as Ghostbusters for Halloween, and I mean, but Caleb McLaughlin did do the New Edition story, among other things. He did have his little role in that. And I believe Kate Gatton Matarazzo, I believe is his actual name. He did a prank show at one point, and the guy who played Will Byers, I did see him, I believe, in one movie or show, and I think he was starting to do some sort of endorsements and whatnot. I think, I started seeing the commercials, recently and everything like that. So,
okay.
I'd like to see more of that David Harbour kid.
What?
I'd like to see more of that David Harbour kid.
No, I like to see that. I like to see that weird mix of Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman again.
Wait, what?
That weird mix of Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman.
So what, you want to see Gattaca again?
No, yeah. I'm talking about Maya Hawke.
I didn't know that was a person that existed.
Maya Hawke, the girl that was working with God, old boy, the older guy that was with them in that restaurant. I
haven't actually seen Stranger Things, to be fair. Is that like the only thing she's done?
No. I've seen it. Are you talking about Steve, the guy, the kid, the babysitter guy, his friend who happens to be gay?
Yes, that is Maya Hawke. That is the offspring of Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman.
That's their daughter?
Yes.
Maya Hawke. Okay, yeah. Because Ethan Hawke's daughter. Oh, son of a bitch. How did I not put that together? Son of a bitch.
Yeah, she was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. One of the Manson girls, I guess?
Probably.
All right, hold on. I'm looking her up. Maya Hawke.
She sure because you know who was fucking why am I forgetting her name? The famous actress who ended up not being killed, but actually was killed in real life. But Margot Robbie played her. Margot Robbie played her. I'm forgetting her name, but
fuck. No, I'm blanking.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it wasn't quite my, it definitely wasn't my time. Before my time with the Manson stuff, I was trying to, but yeah, weird. Weird move. But I like, again, I always like the way. Like I said, at least he's giving you a story to look into, and then the accuracy. It was fun. I mean, look, let's have a little bit of fun with that whole sort of situation. But I mean,
that's good. It's not meant to be this historical fucking drama.
Definitely not. But yeah, like I said, I could have sworn. I didn't realize that you never saw Stranger Things, Damian, and Charles. I never realized that. Like I said, you didn't. So you didn't know that. Didn't realize that. But yeah.
I really didn't know that. It's just holy shit. And I could have easily put 2 and 2 together, but I mean, I'm not good with math. It's just like,
but you know what, Millie Bobby Brown? I mean, she's not doing like remakes, but Like I said,
look, but Millie Bobby Brown did do the Enola Holmes films. Well, I'm like, God damn it! And look, Enola Holmes 1, not a bad movie. Enola Holmes 2 fucking sucked. It's just like I did not like Enola Holmes 2 at all.
It's probably a stupid question, but Sherlock's daughter, I'm guessing.
No,
younger, just lady
younger
Sherlock Holmes.
Younger sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Enola Holmes is his younger sister.
But I'm just saying, like, okay, well, look, at least you tried something else. But I mean, but being that girl that, you know what I'm saying, that sort of has that, you know what I'm saying, that sort of has that, like, I guess I just want her to break out of being that one weird girl or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like that's the thing. Like, be able to, you know what I'm saying, just be able to break out and not be that super, you know what I'm saying, like that super strange kid. Like I said, just do something that can kind of veer off of that a little bit. Something funny, something unexpected, or something like that. I'm just saying, I want these kids to win. I don't want them to kind of blow off in the wind and not be doing much, because they put in so much work into the show, and then to kind of just not be too much. You know, it just like I wouldn't want that for them, honestly. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, they, as an actor, that you have to imagine that'd be horrendous to be part of one of the biggest shows of all time and then just sort of just drift away and slowly disappear.
Yeah, it's like you know,
really hope you can leverage that to, you know, work for the rest of your life.
But I think that's the industry's fault. I think the industry should be looking at it more for talent and less for your cute kids, because you know you're cute kids and you were cute once, and now it's like you're getting older. Like what do we? Okay, these still are talented individuals that are out here, you know, trying to make a living. They weren't just going to do it while they were kids, and now we're going to do something else. It's like, if that's what they want to do, I mean, it's like, you know, seek them on their talent. Don't keep acting like, okay, when they're getting older and not looking like they used to look great, because goddamn Will had a fucked up haircut when he was a kid. I'm sorry. I can't believe parents don't.
They don't what?
No, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's like the little boy from Jurassic Park. I don't recall seeing him in anything until that, what was it, The Pacific, the HBO miniseries? Like Band of Brothers, but different setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he popped up in that, and it was, you know, however many years later, I'm like, he grew up kind of weird looking.
Well, you know.
Still solid actor, but yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Because at first I was like, is that? It is.
I mean, it happens all the time. It happens all the time, and they do it. Look at Angus Young. He's another one. I mean, it just happens all the time. He probably had you know what I'm saying? He had a lot of talent. He was definitely funny. But I think they just like get these little kids who seem to be able to really carry, you know what I'm saying, really, really hold their own, you know what I'm saying, with people they consider really top level, you know, either top comedians or whatever. And it's like they get older, and it's like, okay, this kid can't be rewarded with his own fucking show. You know what I'm saying? I mean, honestly, let's just really think on this and really tell me what you think. Come on. I think that there was no spinoff. There was no real spinoff to fucking 2.5 Men, because they wouldn't pull the trigger on a spinoff. See, but they started getting all weird with him. He started getting all religious-y and everything like that, I think. But
didn't he quit acting?
He quit 2.5 Men because all of a sudden he got all religious-y and felt like that the shit they were talking about was just too over. But it was like, do you think there should have been a spinoff for him?
I don't know.
I mean, this idiot ended up winning a bunch of money, ended up getting a bunch of money, you know what I'm saying, toward the ending of the goddamn show. Ended up being married with somebody who already had a kid. I mean, it just seemed like it screamed spinoff. Like, let's see what the fuck happened in his life. But you know what they did, though? I don't know if you knew this, but you know what they did? They took the elements of Alan Harper and created a whole new show that they're showing on NBC.
Like with the same guy?
Yeah, with John Cryer. He's playing, in my opinion, from what I, because see me, I'm just, I don't know. I hate being one of these people. I'm not even going to mention my fucking degrees. It's so stupid. But anyway, it's so fucking stupid, bro. Oh my God. But anyway, it didn't take me long to realize that I'm looking at Alan Harper, the guy who was married for a long time, then divorced, and now trying to find a way to like desperately and creepily like keep up appearances while his wife moves on with, with somebody else, you know what I'm saying, saying the character whose role is played by Donald, Donald Faison.
Oh yeah, from Tuck from Scrubs.
Yeah, she's moved on with him, and the girl, I forget her name because I've seen her on something else, but she looks oddly like Judith from fucking. She looks very like the hair that she looks a lot like Judith from fucking 2.5 Men.
So it's just like, yeah, we couldn't get the rights to this character because I think that was CBS. I think 2.5 Men. It's just like, yeah, we couldn't get the rights to make a spinoff, but we're just going to take the same character, basically make the same show, except from the origins, and just start again. Does he still dress like an adult child?
Okay, of course he's got the bald head. I think if you've seen the recent stuff that he was in, I think he was on a superhero show. Was it The Flash? I think he was on.
I'm not sure, but I do remember seeing a picture of him with a shaved head.
I think he might have been on The Flash.
Who was on The Flash again?
John Cryer.
John Cryer.
On The Flash.
No. John Cryer wasn't on The Flash. He was on Supergirl.
Okay.
Nah.
See, I was close.
John Cryer played Lex Luthor.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's why he had That's why I kind of made. Okay. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Such an interesting choice.
He played Lex Luthor, which when I found out that he was going to play Lex Luthor, I was like, really? Him? The guy from Two and a Half, the guy from 2.5 Men? Really? That squirrely dude?
The guy from Hiding Out?
Did he do a good job at least?
Surprisingly, yeah. He wasn't bad.
I mean, come on. I mean, at certain points, he could be a Weasley, Craven, individual on 2.5 Men. You can see it.
He really wasn't that bad as Lex Luthor. Now, of course, Supergirl was a shit show. Like, I did not like that show at all. But and I tuned out the rest of the DC Arrowverse, like whatever the fuck you want to call that shit. But I mean, John Cryer really gave it his all as Lex Luthor. He did. It's just like he wasn't bad. I
wonder if that was like an audition thing, or if someone on that show was just like, I really want John Cryer for this. Just one of those, kind of odd casting things where they're like, I think he'll be great.
I would say one of the best.
I'm fairly certain whoever wanted him as Lex Luthor was probably on something.
I would say one of the best.
Yeah.
One of the best Lex Luthor for me, the guy on Smallville.
Oh yeah, he was. I would say
Michael
probably
Rosenbaum
my favorite Luthor.
Yeah, Michael Rosenbaum was easily hands down like the best TV Lex Luthor.
And then
but then they stacked.
Did he quit or did they fire him from that show?
I think he might have stepped away. Like I remember reading somewhere that he just didn't want to do it anymore, mostly because he got tired of shaving his head.
Okay, because I would say the show definitely suffered from that.
Yeah.
Once he basically disappeared.
Yeah.
Still a good show, but his absence was very noticeable.
Yeah.
But so was Lena Luthor.
Oh my God, Katie McGrath as Lena Luthor, just like ugh. Look, I like Katie McGrath. I do. I like her as an actress. I've liked her in pretty much everything else that she's done. But as Lena Luthor, God no. Good God, she is better than this. She is so much better than this. Oh my God. When they offered her the role of Lena Luthor, she should have said no. She should have said no, not for me. She I can't even talk right now. She should have. Yeah, mock all you want. Mock all you want. Okay. Yeah, mock all you want, assholes.
This is studio.
It's like you were getting tasered.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. It does.
Don't tase me, bro.
But no, it's just But no, she should have done any other role than Supergirl because just Jesus Christ, she was bad in that show. And then when they got to the whole arc that she found out that like Kara was Supergirl, there was this whole back and forth saying like, oh, I hate her, but then I don't hate her. I'm going to pretend to be her friend, but I'm actually her friend. And I'm like, make up your damn mind. It's just like, come on.
Enough of this shit.
It's part of the reason why I stopped watching those shows. I just got tired of the bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't watch much after Smallville, really. I tried Arrow and just couldn't really get into it. I don't know if I really bothered with much else.
I stayed with Arrow all the way to the end of the show, and I was like, I should have stopped years ago. And then with the Flash, I stopped right around the point where they introduced the quote unquote real Mirror Master, which they ended up turning into a woman, which I thought was incredibly stupid. But I don't even know like how they ended the show, but I stopped caring. I didn't even finish Black Lightning, but apparently they canceled it on a low note, so I don't even care. Didn't even bother. Yeah, I didn't even bother with Batwoman because apparently with Ruby Rose quit the show because the show was too hard on her. Like she didn't like how physically draining the show was. Like the stunts were too hard, and I'm like, lady, if the stunts are too hard, don't do the stunts. Invest in a stunt double. So you don't.
You know they've got people for that. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, but
get Tom Cruise to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And then so she quit, and they ended up recasting the role with a black woman, even though Kate Kane is supposed to be Batwoman, who is a white woman. So I didn't like the inconsistencies with the source material there.
With bright red hair too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, bright red hair. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to bother with the show at this point. And then let's see, what else was there? Stargirl. Didn't even bother with that. Because that show was confused on whether or not it was a part of the Arrowverse in the first place.
It's just already starting off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, pretty much. And then I don't know. I've forgotten about any other shows that might have been a part of the Arrowverse. Oh, the only one that was kind of decent was Legends of Tomorrow.
Is that the one with Dominic Purcell?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to check that out. Never saw it.
Yeah, I watched that show, and that one was the only one that was decent.
This was part of a very, very dramatic time of our lives, Damian, where of course where Charles and I were doing, of course, the SSE, the Saturday Superhero Extravaganza.
Oh God, I remember that. Yeah.
Some things happened.
Yeah.
Or let's just say a thing happened.
Yeah.
The
thing like the thing in the thing, or a thing like the blob?
Yes.
Yeah, let's just say that things didn't go over so well.
No, I'm like I said before. like I said before, mistakes were made
Yeah.
on both sides now. I realize on
Yeah.
both sides. I realize now that if I hadn't been so young and so ignorant, you know what I'm saying, about about people on the spectrum at that time, I
Mm,
might not have been so rage filled when it came to Charles and what happened.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was he was manipulated. You know what I'm saying? He was manipulated and played in that situation. And that's what caused a rift between us. And I got angry because I didn't quite understand Charles in that situation and how he was being taken advantage of. And so I laid a lot of that shit at his doorstep. You know what I'm saying? But he took it like a man and was willing to mea culpa the situation and make amends. So I always respected him for that. You know what I'm saying? Because I totally expected that when we fucking had our conversation and I raged out like I did, he would like completely just, just leave the situation, but he didn't. He stuck it out and he apologized. But like I said, if I had more understanding, I wouldn't have been so hard on him. And so that's where I say the mistake was made on my part. You know what I'm saying? In that situation.
Yeah.
I didn't see the bigger picture. And that's where I fucking, you're young, you learn, and you know what I'm saying? And you wish you had learned a little earlier, so that maybe you could have dealt with it differently,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well.
that's all.
At least you did learn.
You got
Yeah.
to. You got to if you're going to keep on working with people and you're going to evolve and become a better person, interact with people, and you want to be a creative, you're going to be dealing with different people in different situations. You got to be able to understand different people, and everything like that. So that's where, like I said before, I wouldn't have said mistakes were made on both sides, but now I can truly say mistakes were made on both sides.
Yeah.
But we're good. Like I said, as you can see, folks, on an obvious, in an obvious situation, we are good. See?
Yeah.
Like I said, like I
we're
said,
doing TEE TV now. Yeah.
like I said,
How many months are we into this now?
And like I said, the man took it like he took it like a man, and with the kind of anxiety I know that is, that is filled in with people that have been very rude and harassing. He would just cut it. He would just cut himself off from that. And I was completely surprised that when I got now, Damian, you've known me for a while, so you know the type of headache I be to people when I get pissed off.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I
so imagine, years before I'm dumping all that on Charles, you know what I'm saying? This poor guy, his anxiety, you know what I'm saying, the shit that he's dealing with and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm dumping me on him. Like I'm surprised he stuck in on that. Back at that time, I'm really surprised he stuck in on that.
Yeah.
That really shows that he was really, you know what I'm saying, that he was really basically truly apologetic about what happened. And, and then, like I said, once I learned, I was like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You were being a bit of an asshole on that situation, because you know who the fuck it really benefited. That whole situation, you know who the fuck it really benefited. You know what I'm saying? You just, see, I just, after a while, I kind of realized, like, but it was just more because, we had the show, we were having fun. I felt like I was having fun. I was like, I didn't care about the other guy. I was like, come on, man, this is supposed to be us. You know what I'm saying? That was the whole thing. So that's why I kind of jumped so hard on that. But if I had a new, I still would have handled it differently, because it's just, and I'm not saying it makes him dumb or makes him anything like that. I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't want people to get the wrong idea, make it seem like, oh my God, he was stupid, or I'm kind of putting it like that. No, it's just for me personally, my personal understanding of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? It just means, you know what I'm saying? Look, like I said, I understand the whole affect and emotions and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, and he was taken advantage of. That's all I'm saying. So, but like I said, didn't mean to get heavy, folks. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's just like
Everybody's depressed now. Depressed, depressed, and
I didn't mean to get heavy, man. Jesus Christ. It's a sunny day out. It's a sunny day out and everything. I didn't want to get heavy. I didn't want to go all view. I'm not gonna walk off.
well, I mean, we are technically the male version of The View.
We really ought to get paid for that, though. I want to give Whoopi money. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you guys compare me to Whoopi all the time. Oh my God.
I'm gonna tell you, you damn right. But look, if you want me to be Whoopi, I'll take Whoopi's money too. If you want me to be Whoopi, I don't care. I'll take Whoopi's money and even be named after her.
Yeah, listen to that paycheck. I'll be whoever you want me to be.
If I'll take her money, and I damn sure wouldn't be mind being named after a cushion.
All right. So
coincidentally, she is also full of air, hot air.
Well, look, hey, let me tell you something. Some of those movies back in the day. I mean, we're not talking about Made in America. Hold on. We're not talking about Made in America, okay?
That's a good one.
What? Oh, say what? Say what, Damian? You said Made in America was good. Is that what I heard?
I've never seen it.
Okay, yeah, obviously not. It's one of those paying dues movies. Let's put it that way. It's one of those paying dues. See, it's one of those, you know what I'm saying, what they thought was going to be a victory lap, Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg, but it was a paying dues movie for Will Smith and Nia Long, you know, trying to come along in their careers. So look, a paying dues movie, you know, it's just one of those weird things like, what the fuck are we doing here? But it's this constant thing. Whoopi Goldberg, Whoopi Goldberg and her daughter, you know what I'm saying, question hardly ever comes up or whatever, I guess, or maybe she was lied to. Again, I don't have a whole lot with this movie, but it's like she realizes, she finally tells her daughter that her, you know what I'm saying, that her father, her biological father, oh, no, see, okay, once again, let me reel it back real quick and start by saying this. The sperm donor system is very shitty. I feel like, for as far back as I can recall, like they've never protected the guy that was, you know what I'm saying, that was donating his seed. Like,
so just one day out of the blue, you get a kid who shows up on your doorstep. It's like, hey,
that was made in America. That was made in America. Turns out it was Ted Danson, and he was a countrified, used car salesman. And that was who her father. That's somehow she found out the information that's who the donor was, and that's when she did that. And yeah, and then she goes to kind of seek him out and everything like that. And Will Smith is her boyfriend. Will Smith plays Nia Long's boyfriend, of course. And I say, of course, but I can almost say, like, they've been in that movie together, and he brought her on to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And God, it's almost weird. It almost could be 50-50 that they probably didn't hook up.
Yeah.
Being how Will Smith is, they might not have hooked up. Ever.
I'm going to say probably, but yeah, you're right. 50-50.
When you're simping for fucking Jada Pinkett Smith the way he was, I don't know, pal. I just don't know.
That poor stupid son of a bitch.
And it seemed like he just swings quickly from one marriage to another. Just quickly. I just feel like, I don't even know what the whole situation, but he got married, had a child with this other woman, and then like all of a sudden, boom, that ends Jada Pinkett, and then we're going back to the kid factory.
And then open marriage and all that.
No, I'd say cuckold.
Yeah, like she can bang whoever she wants, but You fucking keep that dick locked up.
Yeah, I say a cuck. I don't know, bro. It's just weird. It's just weird. I'm saying,
I figure you saw that video where she's like, I think she put it out where she's like berating him, and he's almost crying, and she felt so fucking sorry for the guy. Like yelling at him about something, and he's like, yeah, he's almost crying. Just be like, I don't like you filming me. She's just yelling at him about something. It was,
I need you to help me with my career.
yeah.
I think I don't know, man. I think I came off the top of my head with that, but I think that was a part of what that clip actually was. I think
It's like I did 2 Matrix movies like 20 years ago, and for some reason I'm still famous. But nobody knows why.
Demon Knight.
It's gotta be.
It was for me. Demon Knight. That was quite a movie and quite a performance in Demon Knight. So that was, saying that was one vote for me. And maybe a little bit of Menace to Society. A little bit. But yeah. Sorry, that's hey. What can we say? What can we say here? But so how are we doing? Do we want to continue more? Do we want to get to the hour before we start? Which one are we going, by the way? Are we going in the order?
Yeah, we didn't figure that out yet.
Yeah, we haven't figured that out, but I think let's I'm fine with either one first. Which one do you guys want to go through first?
Well, I mean, because see, we can either go the shortest content to the most content, or we can go the most interesting. I mean, see, that's gonna be hard too, because both are. Well, the first one is easy. If based on that, we would go black and white first, then the Expanse. But as far as like interesting content, that one would be tougher because both
are interesting. Yeah.
Very much so, but the other one, but the Expanse we do have a longer way to go with that.
Then I would say we save the longer one for second, because that would take up most of the time. So let's go with black white first.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Okay, I would say first of all, while we're waiting for Damian to come back and everything like that.
Yep.
I would say that like this was really I'm not even sure. Like let me go back to that point. Because do we have a year on that again? Let me just
2006.
Yeah. 2006. Wow. Yeah, I was like early 20s. Like I'm saying, very early on, and it's like I was seeing this, and I was just like, I don't know, I was into the overall experiment. I still have this up here now, so why don't we do that real quick? Let me just while I'm speaking about it, this was just a very and plus it was Ice Cube, and I think that
we made a killer theme song.
Yeah, I mean, and here we are. Let me see if I got it on. Here we are again, just so you know where we are with this. Here we are. We got both families here, and now, Charles. While watching the show, now I know when we saw this picture, how you felt seeing this picture. Now watching the show, did you still feel the same way watching the show about Renee?
Yes. She did look really fake.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, she did look very fake. She still looked black, just with lighter skin. That's it.
And what about the mother? And what about the white? What about the white wife? And what? I forget.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Yeah,
more convincing, but still.
It was still a little more convincing, but still, it still wasn't genuine. Now, of course, with Bruno, if he changed his attire and his behavior, it might have been more believable, but the only thing that changed with Bruno was his skin color. That's it.
He
And the hair,
looked more
and the
like
hair.
just like more like an older Sicilian man, pretty much,
Yeah,
as far as skin
pretty
tone.
much. It's just
No, but also
he
come on, go with me on this one, guys.
yeah.
He had a little bit of a Bill Cosby look.
Oh God.
Come on, come on, come on.
You mean
Look at
rapey?
it right. Look at it right now. Okay. No, Playboy Mansion-y. I don't look like. Hey, look, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying. Like, look, come on. You can
Back
see
room
it.
of the Playboy Mansion.
Yeah, you know.
But no, it's just he didn't change his attire. He didn't change his mannerisms or anything like that. He was just Bruno being Bruno, just changed with a
But if
different
you look,
skin color and hairstyle. That's it.
but look
He
at both
didn't
guys.
change at all.
But look at both guys right now. Look at both guys. They both got polo shirts on. They both got those douchey shirts.
I don't know. It's just
Like he put, and it's like it's weird because look, see like I said, Brian, he has on that shirt now, and he has on just a more, you know, what I'm saying, a more pattern, a more
yeah, but
involved
look,
polo shirt when he turns white. It's more involved. It's more solid color when he's black. But then it's more like, okay, let me get a little pinstripe or something in here, or maybe a little horse on it, or something like that. I could really kind of sell at, you know.
yeah, but the difference between Brian and Bruno is that Brian actually changed his mannerisms and his behavior when he switched to white. He did. He did change.
But you have to understand because see, the thing is, and that was the thing that I felt like was interesting. Do you feel like I felt like basically. So okay. So what were you feeling on both families like when you first met, like when you first got introduced to them? What were your vibes on both families?
Let's see. They seemed, at first glance, they seemed okay. Didn't really have any real issues with them at first glance. Bruno seemed a little finicky, which, as the show progressed, that finickiness progressed into just absolute disdain. Because
Because because you can just tell he's almost shaking, just waiting to drop some M-bombs.
oh yeah, holy
Just
shit!
gotta hold off. I can't do it in the first minute of the show. I gotta give it at least 5.
He didn't even wait 30 minutes, dude. Jesus Christ! But
He wasn't even in makeup when he did it either.
But
No.
it was a conversation about the situation, and you know, look, see, this is the thing that I feel like for me on my side, the vibes that I got, and you know, that's where I think that's where, you know what I'm saying, where Jim just kind of felt like that's why he kept hounding me about Candace Owens, because he felt like eventually you know what I'm saying, he felt like eventually I would come around and see, you know, and see basically like her value in the situation, because a lot of times I feel like I'm being that person, because like the family overall is not so much everybody, because I felt like with both, when I started to really look at everything again, because like I told you, like I usually do, like when I start to really review content, whether it's new or whether it's going back to content, either way, I just kind of put myself in like I'm going on a roller coaster ride. I strap in and I just basically experience the situation. You know what I'm saying? Even if I rode the roller coaster before, I just kind of get back in it and experience it again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's new. That's just kind of how I like to do things. So I get back in here and I just kind of re-immerse myself in the situation. And I mean, but really, because it's been so long since I saw it, I already kind of had help with that. So
yeah,
like seeing the family, I felt like, okay, see, it's always going to be perceptions, but I think that with you know the Wurgle, you know what I'm saying, with the Wurgle wife, the Wurgle families, the Wurgle and the Sparks family. So with the Wurgles, the white family, the wife, I mean, again, it was like she was somebody that was progressive, that felt herself as progressive, but hadn't been around a lot of black people as she's gotten older. And I think that may have been a product of her getting married to Bruno, possibly. Especially if her family was, if her parents were in the civil rights movement and really progressive, and she had the point of views that she had. I think a lot of her not being around a lot of black people, like I said, I think was probably largely due to, maybe some things within herself. I'm not gonna try to put it all off on her husband, and but still, I'm not saying like she's racist, but again, but somehow you marry somebody that had some stronger preconceived notions about things, and it kind of makes me wonder, like why she never married a black guy. Why did she marry a white guy that seemed to be that seemed to be a departure from what her father, so her father's perspective and mentality was, it seemed. And
almost polar opposite.
And see, and then but it's like, and the problem is, once you get connected with a person like Bruno, you don't. She may be heartfelt in what she says, and maybe even the mistakes that she makes, but it still looks a certain way. But I'm not going to sit here and act like that Renee sometimes is automatically trying to take an opportunity at certain moments to be combative, because you kind of have a white person that's constantly in your presence that you can kind of throw your views off of. And I think she kind of used that a lot of times. I couldn't help that a lot of the vibe that I had before was starting to come back to me, because it surprised me when I first saw the show. I thought I would have more of an issue with the white family rather than the black family, but I ended up having more issues with the black parents, mainly the wife, more than the white. I mean, yeah, Bruno's gonna, but see, that's the thing. Bruno's gonna be Bruno. I mean, and I guess, and you're gonna have to deal with that situation. But I think they chose to deal with it in a way that was childish, in some respects, and I think that, I think there's certain things, especially when you're having a conversation about the dialogue and what's said and what's not said, and people are just, and people are just kind of just bouncing ideas and just talking. I mean, it's not like you're calling someone a bitch.
I fucking hated that so much, the way she the way she took it initially and just held on to it, but then held on to it throughout the entire show.
Well, yeah, it seemed like, look, I mean, take me for example. I mean, I have a tendency to fixate on things for long periods of time, but this woman was fixating on that one word for far too long. I mean, even I was going like, lady, I think you need to let this shit go.
Like if I joined this show today and it was the first thing I said to you was "yo, bitch," you're not even going to be thinking about it 2 hours from now.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, lady. It wasn't even that big of a deal. It really wasn't.
But see, what happens is, certain people, I just don't know. All I can say is, Queen Latifah came out with a song, saying Unity, where she stood, where she took a stand against being called a bitch or a hoe and things like that. And I don't have an issue with that. I'm not in the common practice of calling women, bitches and hoes. It's not a thing. I
mean, is anyone that's not a pimp, really, for the most part? Like, a pimp or a rapper maybe, but even then, I feel like they've relaxed on that in recent years. I don't feel like I hear it as much in newer songs that I hear.
I mean, they
probably got tired of the women like smacking their nose and like would you call me kind of thing. Yeah,
it's like, all right, fine.
Whatever, man. I just had this conversation, and I mean, the fact of the matter is, there are still, there are still female rappers that use those words. It's a moot conversation until you can tell me that collectively that there are female rappers out there that are not using bitch or hoe, I mean, then we can have a real conversation about it. Honestly, and about the detriment of it. When you can sit here and tell me that every single woman that came out with an album, that every single song on that track list, you know what I'm saying, she never uses the word bitch or hoe, and that's across the board. Where it was, especially when it comes to the mainstream artists. I mean, at least give me that. At least we can start a conversation. At least if you can say, okay, Nicki Minaj is not doing it. This person's not doing that, but they absolutely are doing it.
That's it. And if you're going to keep pushing the words into circulation, like
Nicki Minaj literally did a song called "You a Stupid Hoe."
Yes, I just had that conversation last night about that exact song. I just had that conversation, Charles.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. See?
Yeah.
was it autobiographical?
Huh?
Was it autobiographical?
No, it was commentary on Lil' Kim.
Okay.
Oh my God.
They weren't.
I mean, to a point, same difference.
You know, it's wild. In hip hop, well, I'd probably say in female world, is almost like a Wild Kingdom type situations. You know, it's like with females, sometimes I think like admiration is almost like, it's like admiration and envy at the same time. It's like they walk this fine line of admiration and envy of somebody. It's like you admire them until you can overtake them, and then they just try to overtake them. You know what I'm saying? Like hostile. You know what I'm saying? It's just like
they never quite get to that mutual respect kind of thing.
It doesn't seem that way because anybody that would be honest with themselves would say that Lil' Kim was looking. You know what I'm saying, that Nicki Minaj was looking up to Lil' Kim, and you know what I'm saying, and basically took notes from a lot of her, you know what I'm saying, a lot of her style shits and, you know what I'm saying, videos, but then just kind of, you know, felt like when she got to a certain status, felt like, you know, that she has surpassed her, and it's just like, and no respect, no homage or whatever, as you know, if you will. So it's weird. It's just weird. But yeah, that's what we're talking about. So until you can tell me that no mainstream female artists are using it, they're taking a stand and they're not going there, then we can have a real conversation about how detrimental those words really are, you know, in hip hop, and how detrimental they are to women and everything like that. You gotta give me something here. You can't just keep saying things, but then meanwhile all this other stuff is going on, but that doesn't matter. How, you know what I'm saying, how it doesn't matter is, come on, ridiculous. But anyway, the point of me even bringing up that and bringing up Queen Latifah and everything like that is that basically some women try to take that and like really try to internalize it even more and make it more of, and I guess for her, she had to make it more of a black thing, you know. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like I feel like white women do it. I mean, do you really feel like white women don't call each other bitches and they're not mad at each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they do.
I think I feel like I've seen it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I've seen evidence of this.
I feel like I've seen it.
I can say without a shred of doubt that they do.
Bitches be crazy.
No. God damn it! I'm just gonna come out and say it.
Well,
My mother has a group of friends, and they call themselves the bitches. Yeah.
Are they a rap group?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah.
See what we do here, man. See what we do here on TEE TV. We make progress. We bring people together. Do you see that? You know, folks, there are white women who call themselves the bitches.
Yeah.
Not just
Loud and proud.
Yeah.
not just one of many, but the ones, the preeminent bitches.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean that's pretty. Look, I mean, I'm look again. We're not gonna sit here and say that is like that everywhere, but I'm just saying, look, that's just one small percentage, but it exists. It exists, is what I'm saying. And I just think that they try to internalize it and make it seem like that's the only, like try to make it seem like it's almost like her saying nigger to her is stupid. That's the vibe I got. That's the
Yeah.
vibe that's the vibe that I get. Like she was trying to make it seem like she was trying to be racial with the situation.
Especially in the context of what they were doing. And the fact that they literally showed on screen, it was on the list of words that they were sort of bouncing about.
She does that. But see, that's the thing about some people. And that's, I guess, what the thing I guess I kind of say that I liked about reality shows back then, because everybody wasn't completely aware of all the angles they were catching. You feel me?
So, like, we know
Like,
there's cameras in the room, but we're not like, yeah.
you're not aware of all the angles. So when you're looking
Yeah.
at this paper, and people see, and I have to admit, see, this is where we got to get real at sometimes. My people are known to do that. They're known to keep their cards close to the chest, and they'll bluff you. They'll fucking bluff you. Okay? So she's looking at this paper and she knows that shit's up there. But she'll act like, why would you say that? Thinking that no one's gonna see this paper with the fucking list up here and the words. And she thinks she's gonna be able to play this out the way she did. And she probably had no idea the angle they caught. It's fucked
The
up.
fact,
It's
the fact that it was on the paper, the way she delivered it, which was not at all like, it was very playful.
And she even
Then
tried
you got to take it like
and she
who you're
even tried,
dealing with as well.
she even said, and she even rewrote it. She even tried to say that she said "you bitch."
It's like, no,
She even did that too.
we saw the tapes.
So she tried to make it seem like, so she was trying to spin the whole thing and trying to create something so that she could have this moment in the, you know what I'm saying, and out of being able to tell a white woman off about how she's acting. You know, you definitely get that vibe. I think more of the interest, honestly, was what I'm saying, were the kids really. But I mean, but they really focused. But did you feel like they focused more on Rose?
Yeah, because Nick was basically just he wasn't participating. Pretty much like, for the most part, a lot of it, they would cut to him and, they were trying to get him involved, and he was pretty much just like, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't care about
throughout the entire show. It's just Nick, just like you said, Nick wasn't participating. It's like, and the whole time I was watching, I was like, why are you even here then? It's just like,
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
His role in the show was largely pointless.
But they didn't put.
Yeah.
But it seemed like that. Was he innocent? Was he in a certain scenario? It seemed like with Rose, she was like part of like the poetry group and everything like that, and really kind of.
Look, Rose in this show was probably the best part of the entire show because, like I said several times in the chat, Rose was probably the only one that was taking anything positive from this entire experience.
And actually really trying to
she was trying
to gain something.
Yeah, she was trying to learn something from this. And I really liked Rose throughout this entire show. I did.
Most convincing makeup too.
Yeah. I thought
hers easily looked the best.
Yeah, she did.
There was one point when she revealed herself as white, like to her poetry class. That first guy turned up, and she answered the door, and he's like, "Oh, so who are you? Who are you?" And she's like, "Rose," and he fucking like nearly lost his mind. He's like, "What? Holy shit!"
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. It's just like how, I mean, and when she came out as white to everybody at the poetry group, and everybody's reaction to that is just, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting everybody to be pretty pissed off about that, but only one guy was angry. It's
Yeah,
just
the gay,
I
not gay guy.
the gay but not gay guy. It's just like I was surprised that only one guy was pissed off.
Okay, look, we still had a
But
word,
even
metrosexual.
Oh my god!
that's
What
yeah,
the
that
fuck? What the fuck is even that? I mean, come on! It's just the only thing I'm familiar with metrosexual is that episode of South Park. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you should have took notes on that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like very well dressed, very well dressed, stylish, fabulous straight men. That got that was mentored that was mentored by Queer Eye. That's all.
I was going to say, yeah, it was the Queer Eye revolution.
Yeah, they were mentored by Queer Eye.
So he's straight.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
Stop. He says it, so we have to. He says that. So
listen, you guys, I don't like men at all. I've never even seen a man I like. I don't like to gobble cock and balls at all. Oh. All right, if you say so.
Damian.
Wait, you're telling me you weren't watching and thinking the same goddamn thing?
Damian, I'm trying to trust. Okay,
not that there's anything wrong with that.
I know, but I was trying to trust. Okay, if he says he's not, he's not.
Okay.
We can't out him. You can't out him, right?
I think he outed himself. Sick opened his mouth, but
Yeah, see, that's that Australian, that's that Australian, logic there. He outed himself. Come there speaking. You heard him. You're talking effeminate there. You know what you saw. You know what you heard. That's what it is. It's like, I get it, Damian, but he's saying he's not. Hey, come on, man. Come on.
Okay.
Pal, come on. He went home, dick up the ass. You know it. You fucking know it.
Exactly.
See, that's just like, no.
But it could have been the other way. He could have been the one doing the taking. I don't know.
Damian.
I don't know the specifics, but I do know the broader image.
If he was gay, totally not. Okay. If he was gay, he's bottom. If he was gay, but I can't say that. I'm not going to say that he was gay. Just not. But anyway, I would just, again, going back to those conversations before. I mean, and just being able, it's like, no. The one thing that got me, that really started to convince me again, and it really started to flood a lot of a lot of things back to me, was when they went out dressing for church. And
God damn it! It's just,
again, another example of, I think this might be the theme of the, show today. Mistakes were made on both sides. God, okay. What is the Wurgle wife's name? Can we get
Carmen?
Carmen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With Carmen, mistakes were made on the. Okay, mistakes were made on her feeling like, okay, I need to go and shop for African garb. Like,
well, it wasn't that initially.
It was.
It was. But they sort of.
But even when they went in the place where they should have been, the store they was in, where she was starting to try on these hats and everything like that, that's where they should have stayed, and she should have found herself a nice little, nice little jacket and dress, like the women go to church. She knew. See, the thing that killed me, either you do know or you don't know. Either you want to act like you're departed from what is real about Black churches, or you don't know. That was always started to become the thing with me. Do you know, or do you not know? Because why would you not say, look, okay, Get something like this. That's what they wear. Something pink or go with white. You know, so get your nice little jacket, nice little brooch, you know, some costume jewelry, a nice big ass hat like you're going to the goddamn Kentucky Derby or something like that, or the Preakness or whatever, having a mint julep. You know what I'm saying? You go out there with your little gloves on. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go to church. That's how we doing. So either you know that or you don't know that. Either you don't know it or you know it and you're trying to act like you don't know it. And then you allow her to go up here and get like shit from Zamunda and trying to go into a goddamn black church where they all, you know what I'm saying? And then you're not saying the real. You're really gonna see her. I like it, but you know damn well you're not gonna go in that damn church. Again, I grew up.
But I even saw like there was definitely elements of what I saw as attempted sabotage from Renee in that whole sequence.
But the whole thing, even with Brian, he's putting on goddamn it, that dashiki or the fuck ever and the hat, trying to be Akeem the Dream. You know what I'm saying? I like it. I like it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, but bro, look, Damian, the churches that I grew up with, you know what I'm saying, around. I mean, look, the guys are coming in. You see most of the people, they're in pimp suits. They're in the men are in pimp suits. Okay. Some guys are just very neatly, very sharply dressed, but then some guys are in pimp suits.
It's full on like purple and fucking
yeah, loud, bright, Easter, you know, some ridiculous ties, a lot of buttons, you know what I'm saying, jewelry, all of this good shit like that. That's real. Now you may not prescribe to all of that. You may have broken up. See, there's certain things that people need to fucking understand. That like when they like with Brian, he never felt like he really fit in with, you know what I'm saying, with the typical black people because of his skin color and everything like that. But he really didn't feel like he fit in, that he was accepted by the white people because of his skin color. You know, so he may not have that viewpoint of church the way that I have of church. So he may not even go as much as you know what I'm saying, as much as I, you know what I'm saying, I went, you know what I'm saying, when I was younger and everything like that. It may not be the thing. They may not dress, you know what I'm saying, that way. He may be dressed like this. He may be dressed in a polo shirt, or maybe just in a basic white long sleeve shirt when they go to church. Maybe he may not even put on all the airs like that, but that is a reality. But you know, and maybe they did or did not know that. But I think the easiest thing to say is like, hey, I dress like, you know, like if I was going to church, this is how I would dress. You know, I kind of put court, church, and funerals in the same category. I'll pretty much dress the same for all of those occasions.
that makes sense.
That's kind of how it works for me. They're all, you know, they're all morose times, and you know what I'm saying, in my life that's kind of like few and far between, if I can help it. Church, court, and funerals. Yeah, they all kind of that's how I kind of categorize them. They're all kind of things that are few and far between for me if I can help it. They're kind of morose times for me. And yeah, I usually dress kind of, you know, business-like. You know, oh yeah, also an interview. Same thing, morose ass boring time, you know.
Yeah. Really just
That goes right in the category.
I have to do this, but
yeah. Let me get this basic black, you know what I'm saying? Give me this basic black or basic blue tie. Let me get this nice little gray or whatever, you know what I'm saying, blazer, pants, you know what I'm saying? Either I'll match it or I'll go dark, you know, it's just basic. And I'll go to church with that. That's absolutely fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. No matter where I go, and if I go to church, I'm looking very dapper. It's no issue with that. I don't understand. So either be truthful, like once again, either you know and you're trying to act like you're departed from it, or you don't know. But if you don't know, then just say, hey, man, this is how I dress when I go to church. If I go to church, I don't really go to church. But if I did, I would dress like this.
Even like, I don't know how sincere Brian getting into the whole proceedings was, but I mean, Bruno getting into the proceedings, but the way Brian like was doing it, like, giving him dirty looks and doing his commentary afterwards about him doing like cliched things, like, do you see half the people around him doing the same thing that he's doing? He's just like getting into it.
What, with the church session?
Yeah, he's just doing what like half the people in the building are doing.
But see, he did wear that dashiki though, didn't he?
No, I don't think either of them did.
He didn't wear that. He did not wear the dashiki in the church session. He didn't.
No, he
think
didn't.
so.
He just wore a regular shirt, and I think he wore khakis and just ordinary clothes. Dress clothes, but wore clothes. Yeah,
because Renee was just like, oh yeah, the dashikis are great when she was buying them, and Carmen was pissed about this, and like, when they actually sort of got home and stuff, she's like, I wouldn't I wouldn't wear that to church. And she was kind of like, why did she say it was great at the time, and then later on it's just like, no.
See, she said it
sabotage.
See, the thing about it is, and we talked about this too when we started watching it, when they were watching it with me, my family was watching it with me. It was like the one thing that was brought up by Rose that I don't think anybody got really was that she felt like that a lot of the conversation about how to be when when it came to the switch up, that they were speaking from a lot of from a stereotypical standpoint and everything like that, and not more about the overall culture of things, just more about certain stereotypes, how to walk, how to and things like that, and it was like more stereotypical, and she wanted to get more into what I'm saying, like
the actual experience
and more of the interaction, less than less than basically just trying to pull off certain role and things like that. And I think that's where is like, you don't look for something to work. I think that's where questions and a question was brought up too, by the way, that I'll bring up that I'll bring up later on. But I just think that you just kind of have to ask questions of, like, what would you wear? What do you normally wear when you go to, that's a simple conversation to have with people. It's not a strategy meeting. It's when you go in there like, okay, we got to go and figure out what's the costume that we're going to wear, when we go to church. It's like, no, hey, like, okay, Renee, what do you normally wear when you go to church often? I mean, how often you go to, you really, what do you normally wear when you go to church?
It's like, yeah, it's a maybe minute-long conversation. You learn all you need to know.
Because from the shopping session, and then we go to actual church session, what did Renee actually have on?
I mean,
I actually remember
the whole conversation they were having about what to wear when they went to a black church. It's like, is this conversation even necessary? I mean,
it is because basically they were going to go in with the traditional African garb.
I mean, I would assume, that an African church. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I worded that incorrectly. I apologize. God damn it! Why the hell did I say that? I apologize. Okay.
An Afro-American church,
an African-American church. An African-American church would be no different than any other church that I've been to.
But Charles, I got to be real with you. I got to step in and be real with you.
Yeah.
It is a little different. I got to be honest with you.
I'm talking in regards to the attire that you would wear.
It is, and I'm telling you, it is. I just explained it to you. The men, a lot of times loud, bright colors, ridiculous pattern ties, long, lots of buttons on the blazer, and everything like that. Lots of jewelry and things like that. The women, big hats, big frilly out hats like they're going to a horse race.
But would they actually wear like the same like attire that like people from Africa would actually wear? Would they
No,
wear?
no,
Oh no, I think those dashikis definitely would have stood out.
no. They don't. Most churches, unless you're dealing with an actual African church, doesn't do that. Most people are not coming in like that. They're coming in and what we call and what a lot of people call their Sunday best, and they're and a lot of women, like I said, they have these these sort of like dress suits. You know what I'm saying? The jacket blazer type thing up top, the dress, the gloves, sometimes the brooches, the big frilly hats, the costume jewelry and everything like that. The big, what I'm saying, the big church fans and everything. Like this whole ensemble happens in an African American church. That
I mean, that doesn't seem all that different compared, maybe slightly different, but all that different compared to the churches that I've been to.
White people are very simple folk when they go to church. They're not coming in there. Most of the guys are coming in there like they are at a funeral, like they're all the pallbearers. Like anyone
Really?
anyone has to be a pallbearer.
Look, I mean, I used to be Catholic. And I mean, I will admit the Catholic churches that I've been to, yeah, they're pretty boring. I have fallen asleep at Catholic churches, and I've been smacked upside the back of the head to wake myself to be waken up when I've been yelled at falling asleep at a church.
But now you get into
respect, don't you know?
But now you get into a conversation about the atmosphere of the churches rather than the attire of the people that enter in them.
I know, but I'm talking about. I don't know. It's just I've also been to churches where people get like crazy, and I mean they like raise their hands up, they start like screaming. I've been to a church where people talk in tongues.
You've been to some exorcisms then.
I don't know if they performed exorcisms, but yeah.
There was that church where that guy, let the snake bite him. I mean,
I never went to that.
That was a crazy time.
I never went to that kind of church, but I did go to a church where like it wasn't a guy, it was a woman, but she like laid her hand on the woman on the member of the congregation, and the congregation member like started shaking, and then she kind of collapsed, and like two people had to like grab her to prevent her from falling to the ground. Yeah,
that kind of shit scares me.
I did witness that, so yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, interesting, but unsettling, I imagine.
Yeah, I was like in my late teens, early 20s when I saw that.
Yeah, I've never seen it firsthand, but just seeing it in movies and stuff.
No, documentaries. I saw that with my own eyes. That was an interesting experience, and I hated being there. That was actually the last time I ever set foot in a church, too.
I think the last time I went to church, I was probably 7 or 8 years old, maybe.
Yeah.
It was for an Easter thing. I don't know, but
yeah, not much of a church guy here. So yeah.
Yeah, no. Because in the very early years of school when I was a kid, we had what was it called, religious education. And they would give us these like books with bits from the Bible and pictures and stuff. I would spend the whole time just drawing sunglasses on Jesus and everybody else. It's just something that's never grabbed me.
Yeah. Yeah, I was raised Catholic, and my let's just call him my biological father. Just like he was devout, to say the least. Yeah. And that's all I'm willing to say on the matter. Yeah.
Like religion's one of those things. Like, yeah, if you're into it, you believe in it, fine. It's not for me.
Yep.
I tried. I did try, but I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Science is so much more fun.
Oh yeah, science is great. Or as they called it in that TV show Disenchantment, science.
Science.
Yeah, because the main character, TEE-HEE, mispronounced it, and so she calls it science.
It just stuck.
Yeah, it just stuck. It became like a regular thing on that show.
I'd love to get to that at some point.
It was a good show. It ended, so it's not getting any more seasons.
Cancelled or ended?
It just ended. It's not
Okay.
canceled. It's just ended.
I think it went for what, like 3, 4 seasons?
5.
5. Okay.
Yeah, 5 seasons.
I'm guessing like probably like they wouldn't have been being Netflix. It wouldn't have been network like say like 13 episode season, something like that.
Yeah, about 13 episodes. Well, 10 to 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to get on that because I've been looking for a new animated show to get into.
Yep, it was a good show. I liked it. Very fun.
You seen Crapopolis at all?
Crapopolis?
Yeah,
Never heard of it.
with a K. It's a new Dan Harmon show. It's got Matt Berry and Richard Ayoade as the like two of the main voices, and set in like ancient Greece. It's decent. Like it's not the greatest thing ever, but enjoyable enough. You know, something just nice and easy to watch.
Yeah. You said it was called Crapopolis?
Yeah, with a K.
Let's see.
Yeah, good voice cast, a lot of great guests. Yeah, like again, it's not nothing groundbreaking, but I enjoy it enough.
Hmm.
I think the first season ended with 11 episodes.
Oh, okay. I'm looking it up right now. This seems interesting. It's all.
Yeah, because they sort of deal with certain like more modern science stuff and things like that, but in a very ancient Greek sort of way. Like there's one episode where they sort of accidentally invent
Wait,
social media, but it's with a Hydra.
wait. Is Richard Ayoade, however the hell you pronounce his name? Isn't that the guy?
Ayoade, which I only learned recently.
Yeah, isn't that the guy from IT Crowd?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only because last year I started watching a show he did called Travel Man, which is where he
Yeah.
spends 48 hours in various destinations with different comedians and whatnot, and tries to get like the best 48 hours they can for a fairly limited budget. It was a decent show, but yeah, taught me how to actually pronounce his name. I've been saying Ayoade for years, decades.
Huh.
He was also in the Mighty Boosh and various other things. Many, many good things.
Oh, and
It's the IT crowd. Why
I
should I
just
forget
now
again?
found out that they brought back the Rugrats.
Really?
Yeah. It's now CG.
Hmm.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah. It's an odd choice. Why not just do it the
Keep
way it used to be?
keep it the way it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm watching I mean, it's just what the hell?
What?
I think I
No,
checked it. Talking about the Rugrats being CG now, or
yeah, the
3D
Rugrats
animation.
are just 3D animation now, and it's just why change it up? I mean, they had a good thing leaving the Rugrats being just 2D animation back in the day, and now they're making it 3D because it's like, oh, it's updated, it's new, and it's hip, and it's cool. And I'm like, 3D does not mean cool. It means
No,
it's weird.
oftentimes it means shit.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I watched Rugrats all the time when I was a kid. I just loved it. One of my favorite episodes of the Rugrats was the chocolate milk episode. I love the chocolate milk episode.
I know exactly what you mean, but I also can't quite think of it.
It was like the parents were watching like the Super Bowl, and they were playing the background noise of the Super Bowl, of like the players going after the football, the American football, and they were treating the bottle of chocolate milk as if it was an American football, and they were like trying to go after the chocolate milk and everything, and it was playing it out like it was a game of American football, and it was very,
Okay.
very funny. Yeah.
I used to love that show as a kid. I had like 2 of the games on 64 as well.
I remember there was a game. I think I played it on what was it? What console was it on? Shit. Was it
The
a
ones I have are on 64, but there might have been other ones on like PlayStation and stuff, possibly.
I think I might have had the one on the N64. I think it was the N64. Yeah.
Because one was like not quite a board game, but I think you were progressing through like I can't remember exactly. It's been so long, but I'm just kind of remembering progressing along like almost a board game kind of thing, like square by square kind of thing.
I remember one where you had to explore the entire neighborhood and you had to find things to like unlock certain areas and progress through the entire neighborhood.
Oh yeah, that sounds like an original game.
It wasn't, but it was still fun.
I remember when that guy went that place and he beat up those things and went to the different levels and fought the boss guy and you know that game. You know that game?
Yes, I described about 500 other games. Yes, I realize that.
You know that
They
dude.
could be so negative, Code.
You know that dude that looks like the other dude.
Yeah, you know that dude that looks like the other dude with the mustache and the sunglasses?
The Unabomber? No, wrong guy. Oh. Sorry.
Maybe.
All right, let's see. Back to Black White. Okay.
Where were we? Dashikis in church. Dashikis in African churches, as Charles calls them.
Yes, okay, yes. I made a comment that could be perceived as racist. Okay,
No.
I'm sorry.
See that? Stop. See, that's the problem. And we're not going to recreate that on our show. We're not going to recreate that every fucking thing is racist. Okay. Number one, let's be clear about what racist is. Number one, you have to have power to be racist. Number one. Okay, you can be prejudiced. You know what I'm saying? You have the ability to be prejudiced, but without any power or influence, you can't be racist. You know.
First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get to be racist.
Then you get the racism.
Oh man.
But first comes Coke.
Most importantly.
But
I did like that scene. I think it was after the bitch incident where Carmen got really fucking pissed, and she was just talking about how she doesn't want to be constantly walking on eggshells. Worried about what she's going to say, or because obviously her intent with that was not at all racist. And even what was that? When the poetry kids came to the house, and she used probably some unfortunate wording, but you could still tell it wasn't meant to be racist when she referred to Renee as a beautiful black creature.
She wasn't directing that at Renee, I don't think. She directed that as
she wasn't?
No, she directed it at one of the poetry kids.
Okay. But yeah, even still, you could clearly tell there was no racist intent there.
Yeah, but she specifically said beautiful black creature, and I'm
like,
it's just like, that is so unfortunate.
That's it. It's unfortunate.
Like, oh my god, like, what are you doing, Carmen? Come on.
As soon as she stepped up, I was a little bit like, She's like, all right, I've got some words to say. I'm like,
now
no.
the only upside to this whole situation is that as the show progresses, she does improve. She does. Like, she gets better. She does learn to be better. And
For the most part, I never really had that much of an issue with her character. She was more just like, there was a lot of naivety there.
yeah, there was naivete.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I never really got like, yeah, I never really had too much of an issue with her character.
Yeah, but then of course we have Bruno, and of course every time I hear Bruno talk, the only thing it reminds me of is that one movie. You probably know the movie I'm thinking of, where he goes like, "Hi, I'm Bruno."
Yeah, it's called Bruno.
Yeah.
That was a stretch. Oops.
Yes. Okay.
How
yes.
was I ever going to think about the title of that movie? Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, man. I thought it was funny. Okay.
I mean, and let's be fair. Bruno is a is a European, a style host that was. I mean, oh my God, yeah. There's just they couldn't be more different. The Bruno created by Sacha Baron Cohen could not be any more different than the Bruno on Black White.
Yeah, I don't think the Bruno in Black White is taking off his clothes and sneaking into rednecks' tents at night.
But he probably
would getting himself killed.
But he probably
would. Yeah, he definitely is doing that, Damian.
But he probably would adopt a black kid.
There he is.
But I think this Bruno would adopt a black kid and name him OJ.
Yeah.
I think he will also. I think they share that similarity. I think he would do that.
Oh, Bruno!
But
every time he popped up on screen, I just wanted to watch The Mummy again.
But I just feel like honestly though, when I think about it, and when you look at certain shit though, it's like when I'm looking at things, I feel like you look at their shirts, like you look at Bruno and Renee's shirt. I feel like they were meant to be the assholes of each family.
And they were definitely presented as such.
I think they were meant to be the assholes of each family. I think, really.
Well, there's a certain something that you might not know about Bruno and Carmen that happens after the show ends.
But what is it?
Drum roll? Do you have a drum roll?
Yeah.
Wait, that's motorboating.
Yeah. Okay, fine. But Carmen files for divorce, and Carmen and Bruno are no longer married.
Which I suspected.
Yeah.
The way that show progressed and the way you could just tell she was just growing more and more, just be like, who is this fucking dullard that I'm married to?
Yeah.
And I still say that, like, as we were talking about before the show, that rap sealed it. I think that sealed the deal, or put the nail in the coffin for that marriage.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Midlife rap, or whatever he called it.
Oh God, that's what he called it. Oh,
yes. As soon as he pulled that CD out and he was like, introing it, I was like, oh no, this is. Oh,
Did you clip such gold, Damian? I'm just saying, there are things that you should be clipping on these shows.
I know.
like that girl, what's her name? Rose Charles?
Yeah.
Like her slam poem. And it was
which one? There was a
I don't
few,
know.
and they were all
I only made it
poems.
40 minutes into episode 1. It was kind of hard.
You didn't even finish the show?
No, sir. No, sir.
I spent 6 hours finishing that show.
I forgot about. Listen, I started watching it yesterday, and yesterday I had to do a whole lot of things that all failed. So it was a rough day yesterday.
All right, fair enough.
38 minutes in.
All right,
I had intense. I didn't stop because it was terrible. I couldn't finish.
Yeah, well, jumping a little ahead here, but she did a poetry thing event in the last episode, and it was very, very good.
Still not a poem, though, really.
Her poem wasn't bad in the first episode. It was just fucking perverted and weird and just overly writ.
Yes, like
Her
her
poem.
The undulations of our undying love as our flesh presses into flesh and our bodies become one. My semen.
Your throbbing presence.
Your throbbing presence atop me, sticky and wet. The essence of love.
What the hell?
That was her poem.
No, it wasn't.
That was almost her poem.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No,
it
wasn't.
was pretty much that.
You don't make me pull a clip. Don't you make me pull a clip.
You might have to pull a clip. You might have to pull a clip.
BRB.
So, me and Jim are the only ones who remember it that way.
I think because we're the only ones I think who like we're just you know what? Because we're no offense, Stone. You're well. I think you actually do write fiction as well, but more so you're a nonfiction kind of writer. I think maybe we might have noticed it because sorry, Charles.
She might as well just say TEE-HEE over and over again.
What the fuck did I tell you to do, Damian?
Charles told me about that for the show. I was like, I saw that like 15 minutes ago.
I wanted him to make a poem.
That.
I wanted him to clip that poem for your guys' intro, and then after she reads it, go to one of the people in the other slam dancers and go, TEE-HEE.
TEE-HEE, man.
Hey,
I was doing an Australian.
But Jimmy, are you suggesting? I mean, I did write Adam, and I did do the deer. I did start on the.
That's
deer,
why I said mostly. I said mostly.
I thought for a minute there, you was like, okay, he's not really that good of a fiction writer. Maybe I should just toss all that shit in the trash.
No, I said you're not predominantly a fiction writer.
Oh, okay, I was like, geez.
And you're not a poet. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I haven't been a poet in a long, long time.
And I know none of you can tell me Damian has not written a gay love poem for a woman like many times that he's never given them.
In high school? Oh.
Yeah,
at a certain point I was copy and pasting names. I couldn't be bothered anymore.
Damian has an unsent locker full of poems for women. I said that wrong. A locker full of unsent poems. Ugh.
Yeah, they're all stuck together. It's a mess.
Sit and dine lap and feel me grow.
Is that a quote?
Wow.
But I'm still gonna say, now that poem, even though it was the first time that she actually got up there and tried to drop something, it was almost like she was about ready to reveal herself as not being black in that poem that she was, that she was trying to put out there. That's why they couldn't get it. Like she was. That's why they kept saying that it felt like something was, they weren't connected to anything, because she was kind of saying it, but then kind of maneuvering around it without, saying it without saying it.
And like the first thing she ever said to the group, I like the cranberries. At that point, they should be like, white lady. Cut her out of the group.
She said that?
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Wow, I missed
that.
Talking
about like what music they like, and she's like, I like the cranberries.
I missed that then.
And she said that she did it as like a to kind of get everybody, like to really make a great first impression, because like, what black person likes the cranberries?
Exactly.
I've got this for you. Here you go. Here is Rose. Well, you know what? I think maybe we might have to use one of these guys. Yeah. It's less than a third of the screen, so we're good.
Stains. The alien's me.
These people rock, and they're speaking about being black from their heart of hearts. And I'm hoping to God that this sounds black.
Okay.
I hope this sounds black.
Thank you.
Many words, my life,
Oh,
the so
God.
simple complexities of a human psyche. To even relish in my
hell?
thoughts of romantic stride, my skin to his, my touch returned. A mutual undulation of want and reciprocal acceptability and performance.
Undulation!
A ritual so profound, the taste of sex. The body, flushed
taste of
hot and
sex.
sticky fantastic. A basket of unbroken fruit, a dripping bouquet of red, ripe woman. The pulp of soul spread lavishly over the human chemistry, when discovery and pleasure were encouraged.
It's like
Thank you.
filthy.
Red ripe woman. It's a poem about getting fucked in her period.
Were you nervous?
Shitless.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
So she actually did say it. Oh my god.
Forgot about that one.
Hot, sticky, fantastic. Playing this Saturday at the Mercury Lounge. Oh.
You bastard.
Well, you're full of hot, sticky, fantastic now after that one, Charles. And Jiminy
Use
Crickets.
the word undulation.
Can I ask how old is that girl? Because as I was just scrolling through, they were just like painting her boobs. The scene prior to that.
She was 17 at the time.
Yeah, she's 17, dude.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. Yeah, she's 17.
I won't show it here, but if you rewind a few before that, yeah, they're like painting her up, and the thing is like all the way down. The boobs are almost out. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, yes, it is.
It was a different time.
There was never a time when it was okay for 17-year-old boobs on TV. Okay, maybe when Brooke Shields was acting.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay.
there's several movies from like the 70s and
man.
80s that people probably wish they could forget.
I'm not saying it was okay by me, to be clear. I'm saying maybe it was okay for society back
No,
then. With
of course not.
doing
Not for
and
you.
stuff.
Of course, not
It's
for you.
Hollywood's fault.
Clearly, everything's Hollywood's fault.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
They shake their Hollywood wand and they television. They cast a spell upon us all.
God damn it.
Hot, sticky, fantastic.
Yeah, undulating.
Wow.
From what I heard.
I cannot believe she actually said that. Holy shit.
See, that's the benefit of me only catching that one episode. I didn't forget such a thing.
What the hell? I went through 6 hours of this shit. And I can't.
I'll finish it for you, Charles. Eventually, I'll tell you that much. I will suffer posthumously.
You're not going to suffer. It was surprisingly a good show.
It was. I mean, it was interesting, but like I said, I mean, it's weird because, like I said, I honestly thought going in when I first saw it, and even the second time, I honestly felt like that maybe I would. Nah, honestly, if I'm being real honest, I didn't feel like the way the second time. But the first time I saw this show, I felt like it would be. I would have an issue with the white family more than the black family, but I ended up having an issue more with the black family, and at least the wife, the kid. I mean, it was more that he didn't hardly do anything. It wasn't.
I thought the wife was fine.
Renee?
Wait.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no. She was trying to create conflict and everything like that.
Both of the parents were, in a way, and in that first episode, it looked like the white girl was like, it really did, get these black people out of my house, and the black kid was like, get me out of these white people's fucking house. That's what it looked like in episode 1 from both of the kids.
You felt like Rose wasn't comfortable?
At first, yeah. In that first episode, she was like, everything that Renee was saying, Rose was like crunching her face at, like, you fucking
The 17-year-old daughter? Really?
Yeah, the girl was like, go back and watch first episode again. She did not like black people in episode 1.
Really?
I'm telling you, that girl was a racist in episode. Maybe she ended just getting filled up with the big black spirit by the end of it. Maybe I don't know.
I have a feeling.
Oh my god.
but she
She's
did
like
not like.
progressively throughout the show. She's just like,
Did
this
anybody
guy,
get-
he's
I
my
never
poetry
get-
buzz. I kind
come
of
on.
like him, and then it just progressed.
You
until
got that
she was just
vibe.
like, oh yeah.
You got that vibe, Damian, that she was uncomfortable in the first. I did not get that.
Oh no. That she got filled up.
Briefly speaking of uncomfortable, I fucked up your guys' layout. Let Damian. I'm really uncomfortable because when I put on that video, now your whole layout is fucked up. I didn't mean to do that. Can you put it back however you had it? I apologize. Carry on.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't know where it is, and I don't want to just keep just like pressing every button. What does it look like?
Is that Stone? Throw up that the image again. I think that's what we had before.
Okay, I did have.
I think that's what it was.
It's up there now. We may have to move another. Let me see. Be one.
My apologies. Anyway, yes,
good.
she was a racist little girl. I'm positive.
I don't agree.
Okay, what about Nick then? Do you at least agree on that? Nick was like, "Get me the fuck out of here! Would you people shut up? This game is stupid. Racism. I'm not. But he didn't. He totally was not about racism at all in that show.
So that's been throughout the entire show. Yeah.
I would say Nick was. I think he came in with preconceived notions, like everybody. But I think she was the most open. I think Rose was the most open. She was.
She got opened.
Okay, whatever. But I think she was definitely. She was more worried about
undulating. It was sticky, fantastic.
She was more worried about her parents. She was more worried about her parents than anything. When you know, what I'm saying on the outside.
I mean, wouldn't you be if your dad was Bruno?
But she was worried about both of them though, because she realized that both of them, you know, what I'm saying, even though her mother said that her parents were part of the civil rights, the civil rights movement and things like that, and they were very progressive. But like she said, she basically spoke on the fact that they hadn't been around a lot of black people, and she was worried about both of them saying the wrong thing.
And when they did.
But
I can't wait for someone to call me a beep.
He's just like, no one's going to do that.
That's not happening. Nobody is going to call you a beep.
But see, that's
then after that, Brian just proceeds to set him up in situations where hopefully he will be, so he can understand.
But the thing is, the reality is that if he went, see, here's the thing that I feel like kind of handicapped the situation. If you ask me, you kind of had a guy in Brian that really wasn't like he's not
white.
He's kind of was in the middle of the situation. I don't think he's not like he's mixed race, but because of
He looked Latino or something.
Like he looks a lot darker in that image on the screen than he did in the real life.
Granted, yeah. And I mean, I just think that he really wasn't as knowledgeable on the full realities of the situation. They live in a certain world where they kind of go along to get along. They're getting along with white people is knowing how to put on your white voice when you do an interview or when you talk on the phone, when you're talking to a white person, or you're trying to get something that you want. Like as she said, she thinks getting along, where her viewpoint of getting along with white people is, I know how to talk and how to maneuver to get what I want, and that's getting along with white people. And it's like she hated to hear. I think a moment for her that, because I mean, if she wanted to, the guy was going to say what he was going to say, anyway, when she was in that bar. But I think that she wanted to act like it's one of those moments. Like, see, there's certain things that I feel like they should have somebody kind of like really commenting and like sort of like doing a watch along, with this show, again, because I would really love to kind of have people here, because at that point, a lot of black people do that. She goes back with him, and it's like, I really wanted to say something, but I didn't because I wanted to, really get more of what he wanted to say. No, she just didn't like. She really couldn't. There's not much she could say because she knows, because she knows that some of what he was saying was very true. I mean, he was being very brash about it, but the thing about it was, it's like, was he doing it thinking that she was a white person? See, that's the thing you got to understand. regardless of what, if I hadn't said anything to him, would he be thinking that way about me? No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't be, because the people he pictured wouldn't come into that bar, you know what I'm saying, and have a drink. So that whole thing is that she didn't like hearing the fact that that basically black people sort of like pull them. He feels like black people pull themselves away and they don't get embraced by certain communities because they don't want to, because they don't try, you know what I'm saying, at all to fit in and everything like that. And even making an inference to being dumb as a way of, or not educating themselves as a way of not being or trying to emulate whitey and things like that. So I think she didn't like hearing that in that way, but see, and I think the thing is she couldn't say too much because in her own mind, she knows she probably thought somewhere, you know what I'm saying, somewhere along that track, her own, you know what I'm saying, on her own, I think. So it was hard to really come back with anything.
Confronting.
Yeah, it was hard to come back with anything, but she would like to try to act like while she know the camera's still on her, to act like there was something that she really wanted to say in her views. Then why didn't you just say them? You know what I'm saying? You can still have a conversation without feeling like you have to see that. That's the whole thing. She thinks that if I say something, I got to say it in a way that I got to have this moment. It's going to create a scene. I just feel like that's what she always tried to act like. You know, you don't really want to fuck with me and all that type of shit like that. You know, it's just like, oh my God, seriously. It's just like people who normally wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't be this way, are trying to take moments with a family that they felt like they could contain in this whole reality show situation and everything like that.
I felt like just throughout the entire show, her character was, not her character, she was just constantly just pretty much just unwilling to even really try all that much.
Oh,
she kept trying to say that Carmen was the problem, but she was also very much just unwilling to even try to work with things.
No, like I said, she already put her off as weird because like I said, anybody that's how we used to do. Any white person that seemed like that, you know what I'm saying, that tried to have a sensible conversation about something, tried to ask questions or tried to relate in any kind of way, would be seen as weird because, you know what I'm saying, because their expectation says this. And if they don't come out as this, then they're weird and things like that. It's just, it's very childish. And the fact of the matter is, I feel like their experience isn't quite like, that's what I try to go at when I try to go at the backstory. And that's what I did also because I didn't do that at first, really, when I first saw the show. You know, I'm only about I'm early 20s. I really didn't think about their backstory. I was just kind of going into how the show was going to be. But then this time I kind of heard the backstory about how you felt like you didn't fit in with the black, Brian didn't fit in with the black guys, you know what I'm saying, because he was too light, didn't fit in, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't embraced by white people because he was too dark. And then you got Renee, who's like, she grew up, you know what I'm saying, she grew up being taught that you shouldn't, you know what I'm saying, that you should never let race be an excuse, you know what I'm saying, for, you know what I'm saying, so it's like that right there says to me, that conversation with that guy in that bar, she didn't like having a mirror shown to her face and basically have somebody saying a lot of what she thought right to her face. She would think that a white guy would be absolutely afraid to say something like that to a black person right to their face. You know, but if you're trying to be in here with a bunch of white people having a drink, obviously obviously in his mind, you're looking to fit in. You understand. You're looking to fit in. So I can talk to you about this because you understand you're not trying to be like them. And you know who they are. You know what I'm saying? That guy knew that she wasn't like what she tried to perceive herself to be. I mean, he's not like a psychic or anything like that. He's not, but I'm just saying, like, by her being in that bar, trying to have that drink, in his mind, he perceived her as being like not like the other people that he was talking about. So he could feel like he have an honest conversation, not as if she was white, but just, you know the truth. You know, and she couldn't say anything back because she knows the truth. She's thought about it herself. How because when you have somebody who one of the first things they say when they get introduced, one of the first pieces that they basically attach to you is, you grew up being taught that you never let race be an excuse, to you moving forward, and and everything like that. That lets me know there's a certain conversation being had in that home about those who you feel like do let race be an excuse. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you wanted to go into that bar and try to see, would you get some direct racism, and you didn't. And you want to try to make what he was saying like racist. Come on.
So I think she was looking for just straight up hate speech instead of actually vaguely constructive sort of conversation.
No, she wanted, I say this. She knew what that was, but she wanted to dismiss it as being somewhat like racist because she didn't want to accept it as what it was. And why is he talking? Yeah, you're not Renee. You're not Renee in makeup. You're Renee as the black woman who came out to that bar, and he's still saying this stuff to you. Why? Because it's not racist. It's him just speaking on what the hell he sees and what you thought about. I mean, because come on, what does that mean if somebody don't use race as an excuse? So when you think about people who do use race as an excuse, what does that look like? I think it doesn't have to be. I think it doesn't have to be drawn out and drug out. I think he put the mirror up. He didn't realize he was doing that, but he put the mirror up and he just basically told her what she probably thinks in her own mind about the people who do use race as an excuse to not get an education, to not do this or to not do that because either the white man's holding you down or you don't want to strive to be like Whitey and everything like that. She knows it. That's why she didn't want to have any comeback and everything like that. And then just turn around and put the camera. Oh, it was racist. I was going to say something, but I was going to let him say what he's going to say and get what we need, like you're doing a documentary or something like that. It's a reality show. You go out there, having a conversation with people. You were supposed to have a conversation. You're not a journalist. You know what I'm saying? It's like don't play that way because you didn't want to, because you didn't. Well, I don't believe it. No, yeah, don't do that. See, it's a lot of reality shows of being self-aware and then trying to be in the moment. I think regardless of the situation, the Wurgles were trying to be in the moment. For better or for worse, they were trying to be in the moment and not be aware of the cameras. I think that for the Sparks, mainly, of course, Renee and Brian, I think they were aware of the cameras, especially Renee, and was trying to basically put her own spin, for the cameras and everything like that. Even down to that paper with the list and the word bitch up there. I truly believe, because this is early on, we're coming right into the new millennium. I truly believe she did not know that they caught that angle, and it was the start of the way she likes to spin shit, So
like you said, she changed, tried to retcon what she actually said.
Yeah,
bitch instead of yo bitch.
Yeah, so it's more of that situation. She got a mirror shine to her, and instead of having a moment of realizing, you know what, he said some things that really hit home. That maybe even I thought about a little bit, but no, she had to go and be like, oh, well, he was just saying some racist stuff. And I was going to say something back at MIB, but I wanted to make sure that we got everything that we needed. Like you two guys are like a film crew. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get all this good information and everything like that because he didn't realize there was a camera. But I mean, and that's the one thing that's bullshit, though. That's one thing that's bullshit. Like, now, the camera that was showing them two having a conversation, no way that wasn't a camera that wasn't seen.
No, it was too clear.
Yeah, so they're completely aware that there's some guy sitting there shooting with a fucking camera. You know what I'm saying?
Or at the very least, he's sitting at a table with the camera sitting on the table, and he's constantly sort of like looking down to make sure the shot's right.
So the guy knows that he's possibly being filmed.
I was actually surprised at the lack of hidden cameras. They very rarely use them.
See,
I thought there was going to be more of that kind of thing.
Because it's now, who knows what they said to the people?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, who knows what they say to the people? Because I would really hate to think that everybody was in on it, but you know what I'm saying, or anything like that. But
there were moments like when Deanna, the chick who hosted like the live chats or whatever it was called.
Okay.
Yeah, when she found out that Carmen was actually white, I didn't buy that for a second. That whole thing seemed staged. Either that her reaction, maybe it was real, just seemed fake, but that whole scene just felt just felt off.
Yeah, something about it just seemed weird to me.
Jim, you got any comment on that? Oh, it's right. He only seen one episode, right?
Yeah.
He only seen one episode, and I don't think Jim
is
here right now because he had to step away for a few minutes.
Okay, well, you know what, folks? You know, we have a genuine Jack Black, lookalike here. Jimmy Grins, and so we get fame and notoriety by having his image right here on the bottom. So just understand that. He's also known by a lot of people. He's tortured and terrorized. Many other other content, and other shows and channels and things like that. So I'm just saying, we try to have, we're going to have more people on, but we can always tell you there's always a constant spot. You never know when Jimmy Grins is going to show up. So, it's always a good time. So just, right, he's not here right now, but just enjoy the image right here, while we have it. So anyway, but back to the show. Just thought, just a little.
Wish we had like a star wipe or something.
Back to the show. A little PSA for our studio audience. That's all. Just a little PSA. But I would still say, I just feel like that. Just like I said, when I look at the whole situation, I just feel like that. Even though the cameras were going to be there and aware, I do wonder sometimes what were the other people told. Like going into a bar and you see the crew coming in and they're coming in. Like I wonder what they're being told. Maybe they're filming for some reality show. I mean, that could be just that, and people be like, okay, yeah, all right, fine.
I think it probably would be something like, maybe they're filming for a TV special about, local California bars or something like that.
Or race relations, or just race relations and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to tell people so much. Like, okay, we're doing a show on race relations and everything like that, and so you might see, some black, there's some black people, some white people coming here, and they might ask questions and things like that, and so they're just not telling them who they are. It might just, like I said, like they did. It's Renee, you coming in as a camera crew, is Renee without the makeup on, and things like that. And then Brian's bartending and everything like that. Now he's now got a job. All of a sudden, all right. So and then it's like, but then he probably could come in there with no makeup on and things like that. Other scenarios depending on the situation, or just like where Bruno and Brian went in together. To his bar, and they were just, so it's like it could be any of those scenarios. So just kind of saying just about race relations. So people weren't. So that's why people weren't unnerved when they were being asked more racial questions.
I suppose, but I almost feel like that you might all almost be giving away a bit too much by even telling them that much.
Like really, like you think somebody would actually think, wait, are one of these people really like in makeup to be another race? Like you really?
No, I mean, like even just specifying that it's about race relations, you might get people sort of tailoring what they might say.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That's gonna be, that's a danger anyway when the camera gets in the person's face. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, I think that's always a chance that you take. But at least they know why the cameras are there at the very least, and they don't have so at least as a comfort where the camera's there, but it still didn't stop the guy. So when he had Renee come in there as herself, and he's having that conversation, completely aware that he's being recorded.
But so you wouldn't have guessed that he actually knew.
you would feel that way, but that's the thing that makes it amazing to me. But I don't feel like what he said was inflammatory at all.
No, he was just
I
speaking
really don't.
open and honestly.
Yeah, I really don't think what he said was inflammatory, or because if he felt like it was going to be inflammatory, I think he's a smart enough guy that he wouldn't have brought that to her in that conversation if he felt like
he would have toned it way down.
Absolutely. So, and I think that he felt like that she, as a black woman, has thought about it. Because she's just by the fact that she's being in that bar. See, she thinks that if she hadn't spoke to him, he would have thought that same way about her. But I disagree. I think the mere fact that she's in that bar trying to have a drink in that bar with predominantly white people is a sign that she's trying to fit in. A very different step than the other black people that he's talking about have taken. So that's why he was so willing to speak to her open and honestly about that.
And in depth as well. Like it wasn't like a surface conversation. It was very much a guy like, okay, you've asked these specific questions. I'm going to give you some specific answers. And she just didn't like what she was told.
I think in the first couple of episodes for me with Renee, it was definitely a couple of moments that really made me feel like, you know what, I'm seeing, like it was starting to flood back to me. It was something I couldn't help. It was starting to flood back to me what my issues were before. And it was just, it wasn't making me feel good and everything like that. And then, like I said, a lot of it was that part, but a lot of it was flooding back. And like I said, I truly forgot about that one. Wow. The poem that Jim had found. But the main one I was speaking about.
Undulating. I was just undulating on the toilet bowl.
I suspected that's where you'd gone.
It was hot, sticky, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure anybody who comes in the bathroom after you wouldn't call it fantastic. You'll probably have to use fantastic to get it, to get it clean.
My farts and poos either smell or they do not. And when they smell, it's usually of sulfur. It's very rare, though, that my farts or poos leave behind a smell. I just process things very well. I have I'm a super special specimen, an excellent example of excellence.
So when you go into the bathroom after Jim and you smell sulfur, you either realize that he's taking a shit or that the apocalypse is nigh.
Correct.
There's devils around.
When I eat beef usually makes my farts stink.
No sweats, though?
Sweat, I only sweat from my armpits and my head. The rest is dry as a bone. I wear a full outfit underneath my work clothes for fucking all day long, and I don't sweat anywhere down there.
Okay, I have an important question for you, Jim.
Yes, it is. No, it is not sticky, sweet, fantastic.
No, that's not what I was going to ask. Whenever you do your escapades in the toilet,
yes.
Does
I do my rendezvous in the toilet.
Yeah,
he closes the door and he's going on a journey.
Please ask your question about my poopcapades.
Yeah. Does Chris Rock just randomly come out of nowhere and just scream, "It's a shit demon"?
Are you Oh, I thought you were like being racist and calling Chris Rock a burnt match because of the sulfur smell.
No.
I thought you were pulling a Fiona Apple.
I thought you were calling him a turd.
No. I was making a Dogma reference, man. Come on.
No,
like all of a sudden, Chris Rock comes out. Ooh, that's a demon. That's a shit demon. Oh my god!
Have you guys not seen Dogma?
Yes,
I've seen
course.
it. I know what you're talking. Golgotha or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Of course, I've seen Dogma.
And isn't that an actual Bible creature as well?
I'm not sure.
I believe Kevin Smith.
I think so. I don't think it's a shit demon, but yeah, I think.
No, I think it is a shit demon. I'm googling it. Shit demon. Dogma.
In the Bible.
Real? Question mark? God, I'm getting picked up by a fucking asylum for that. Golgathon. Apparently, a Louisiana death metal band has taken the name. Golgathon. Let's see. Golgathon in the Bible. Let's put that. Oh, somebody's already asked this because that's the first thing. A Golgathon is a shit demon or excremental, it's called. A fictional creature composed of human excrement. The creature derives its name from the hill where Christ was crucified. The collective suffering of the souls sentenced to death by the crucifixion on that hill and all the poo that came from their butts as they died births the demon's existence. The part about the poo from the butts I added in, but makes sense.
Is this a Reddit post? Surely that can't be real.
Nope. It's just what comes. It's like one of those things where you go to Google and like it gives you the Google. It's no link. It's just there on Google. Yeah. That's Google's answer.
Okay. I mean, if the Bible has shit demons in it, I'm more inclined to actually read the goddamn.
I can't believe it's from the Bible. There's no way they called it excremental. You know what I'm saying? That's like a fucking. That's a straight up comic book name someone came up with.
That sounds like something out of D&D, to be honest.
I am excremental.
Excremental, I choose you. Oh, God.
And Moses gathered his cloth and destroyed.
Imagine if that was a Pokemon trying to catch excremental. Fucking quite a mess.
Excremental, I choose
every time you captured it, it just leaks out of the ball. Yuck.
It comes out as a ball, a shit ball.
Yeah.
Oh God, no! We need to move away from this. Nope, because I'm not going to say the words. So we should move away from this because I do not need Jim's Whitney Houston impression.
Are you sure you want to move away? Because sure, you've got a shit demon right there, but in your brain, right next to it, should be Salma Hayek's big jiggly tits.
What?
Yeah, boy.
I'm just saying, the shit demon and Salma Hayek's big jiggly tits go together, hand in hand.
The shit demon ruins even Salma Hayek's big jiggly tits.
She was doing a fucking strip dance when he came out, wasn't she?
Oh, it was before that, but yes.
Was it?
Still, them titties are right there. They're right next to it in your brain. You got a big old shit demon, and then jiggly, elderly titties.
Elderly?
Hey, I'm saying that as a compliment. Those are elderly titties that anybody would motorboat.
How old is she?
Like 67?
No. She was like what? Like in her 30s when she did that movie?
I would say 40s.
No.
Well, you know I'm Googling it now.
Salamander
Hayek.
Shut up.
Salamander.
Because that was like the year or two after From Dusk Till Dawn.
She's 57 years old.
Okay, see, elderly.
She's almost 60. That's elderly.
Yeah, but at the time she would have been in her 20s.
Age.
Indeed.
Aged. Okay, so when did Dogma come out? Let's say she's 51
97?
now. Dogma.
I think.
99. And
99.
Hayek was born in 66.
Whoa, she was 33 then?
Yeah, gross.
Oh my God.
Old lady.
When was she in fucking? Oh my! When was she in Wild Wild West? Woo.
She would have been 33 years old in 1999.
When did Will Smith's Wild Wild West come out? When she was a breath of fresh ass.
That might have actually been 97 or 98. So From Dusk Till Dawn, I think she was still in her 20s, barely. She was still fresh.
Oh, it was, and that was still 99 too. So in Wild Wild West, oh man, yeah, she was 33 in that, and she was still a breath of fresh ass, and a breast of fresh air.
Boobs.
Hot, sticky, patina, fantastic.
Wow. But okay. All right. Enough. Pervy
Did I miss
moments going on over
a
here.
hot and sticky fan? I sure did, didn't I?
Oh
Undulating.
my god.
Yeah, because you're gonna keep that right on going, aren't you? All right, but
Fucking that needs to live forever.
but I would just like I said,
That's her way of sounding black. She's like, I have to sound black. These people are talking about, what did she say? Black from their black hearts. Like,
no, she did not say her black from their heart of hearts, you asshole.
oh, okay.
Stop making fun of that girl. She was the best part of that damn show, man.
Yeah.
She was the best part. She really looked like a black girl, and she, you know what I'm saying, and she was really trying to get into the interaction of the culture. And
I think Nick looked like he pulled off
really
a white
did.
kid.
Yeah, he really did, but he didn't try to go out
or whatever, the makeup.
But he lost points when he was trying to go out there and try to have fun with it, try to, you know what I'm saying, try to do something and get him and try to really see, you know what I'm saying, what it would be like, and really try to gain a perspective from his area, you know.
But maybe in his head, a white kid's not different than him, so what would he be pretending? The difference is nothing more than the makeup on his skin.
He knew at the very least, or at least the preconceived notions about everybody versus everybody. You know, he knew that, and all those types of things. So I'm just like, and then it's like, does he skate? I mean, that's the whole thing. We didn't know. We didn't dig much more into who he was. So it's like, does he skate? Does he? I mean, does he do other shit that people will perceive that only white kids do? I mean, he didn't give much else. What there was hardly any takeaways when it came to Nick.
Yeah, he didn't even try skateboarding.
I mean, I just whatever scenario, at least when you've seen a lot of them, there was like scenarios that they were being put in to be able to interact either with the made up community that they were made up to be part of, or the opposite community that, of course, that they were pretending to be not a part of. It just wasn't a lot of that with Nick.
Well, let's say we could have coached, Nick on being a white kid or Rose on being a black kid. How would that have gone? Like, for instance, for the white kids, it's be like, all right, so you got to make a lot of gay jokes about your friend. Pretty much everything your friend does, you have to equate it to a cock going in his mouth or ass. That's one thing for sure.
For white kids?
Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. That's it. That sums up being white. That's
it's the top of the list and the list.
Call everybody a queer.
No.
And you've just summed up the white experience as a kid.
No, geez.
Yes, sir.
Maybe for you, Jim.
So give me now, Coach Rose. What is the black? What would you tell her to give her insight into the experience of a black youth?
Don't say undulating, but they actually did say that to her. Like using too many big words.
That there's places that even we won't go, that you definitely should not go. For one, that's just the reality. In most places, there's even places that even real.
That's very true, because London, Phil H. You know him, and he's a huge motherfucker. He's black, and there are places in our towns where he will not go. That's just a certain rule of being black. You're going to be one of two people. You're either going to go down that road and you're going to get fucking stuck in that area somehow, or screwed or fucked or killed or something, or you're going to stay the fuck away and you're going to just, stay alive.
So that's one thing. And a fucking real house party. She should have went to a real fucking house party. That's one, that's one thing that she should have, either a fucking house.
But what about wearing her clothes backwards? You think that would have been a thing?
It's
sorry, you said house party. I thought kid and play, and then that brought me to crisscross.
It's 2006, asshole. What I'm just saying is, like, just do it. Or I gotta say the more. Come on, they still fucking say, "Oh my, come on, man! I can't believe you got me."
Wow,
saying,
2006. I was rocking stages and sniffing dope and popping LSD and I was not all of 2006. I was on acid. It was quite a year, terrible year.
But I mean, she should have went to it. She should have went to a house party, kickback, and you know what I'm saying, just went in there and really got that experience. You know, really, that's one thing that I would have recommended. You know, what I'm saying?
Don't just hang out with poetry dudes.
Yeah, or a cookout.
Maybe the producers are racist. They're like, how do we can't let her go to any parties. She might get stabbed. Where can we find some like docile blacks? Ooh, a poetry reading. Surely she'll be safe there. They won't have their guns.
I mean, maybe look, you know, I
Hey,
don't even.
words are weapons.
I'm trying not to go there.
A pen is a sword.
I'm trying not to go there, but I mean, it just, yeah, that would have been one thing that I would have, if I could have, yeah, that. But you know what? A question was asked about what about doing it again, you know, in this day and time. I mean, I think after so long it could be, but I still think a way to differentiate it is having two more families, white and black, but with each family just having their own idea of what the other race is, and so much so that they even enact it out in their own lives, and but then just giving them the makeup to complete it and seeing how their version of what they think the other race is goes over with those, you know what I'm saying, with that, the people of that race.
I got the game. It's basically The Amazing Race, but it's just called The Race. And you get each different type of race, and then you paint them all up to look like each other. You know, you swap all their races out, and then it's like, okay, now get to your destination while facing the adversities of each race and facing this. You know what I'm saying? Like so now, like, let's say a black person has to be a Muslim, right? Or let's say like an English black person has to be a Muslim or something, or a Brit has to be a Muslim. Now they have to get through the Muslim experience to get to their goal. So each one, you get what I'm saying? There's your game.
I do get what you're saying on that game. And
The entire series.
And that's a very interesting, you know what I'm saying, other piece of separate content that stands on its own. But what I was saying on this
still can't Jerry Lewis the people when you can't give them Chinese eyes. That's all I'm saying in this. Even though it's a progressive show, we still got to be sensitive. But you were saying, Stone.
No problem. I was just saying, like I said, that definitely stands.
Hey,
on
nice
its own.
lady.
Yeah, that definitely stands on its own. And I was just saying that with this family, like, say, okay, you had a white and a black family, and you had this white family, for example, that's so progressive, and they feel like they're so, you know what I'm saying, they're so connected. They understand the, you know what I'm saying, they understand the black struggle, you know what I'm saying, they like hip hop and shit like that, and they think they know, right? And then you got this other black family who think that, you know, who try hard to kind of rise above what they think is the stereotypes of being black and everything like that, and know what it is to sort of like assimilate and be white, and they would kind of act that out, and they think they know. And
yes, because you leave it on them. That way we get their misconstrued perspective of the whole thing, and that could also trip them up and lead them into traps. You know.
Yeah, and that's why I say this give them the makeup, no coaching, no mentoring. They think they know. Put the makeup on them, put the white makeup on them, on that black family, and let them go out there and thinking that this is, put them in a scenario where they're thinking that the way that they are and what they think they know about white people and their mannerisms, and let them go out and do that. Let that white family put on the black makeup and let them go out there and let them think they know hip hop and they know how to, you know what I'm saying? Let them do all that shit and see how it goes over.
Charles needs to be in this game.
I'm sorry, what?
Charles, you need to be in this game. You need to live a day as a black man.
No, I don't.
Oh, see? He won't even have one day in that filthy black skin. Fucking racist.
My God, Charles.
Charles.
You won't walk in a black man's shoes. I mean, they wear like fucking nice ass Nikes. Come on, you'd be blessed to walk their shoes.
So that's your main selling point is the Nikes.
They wear really nice shoes.
Yeah, that's
Nice
the
shoes, baggy, comfortable clothes.
You'll believe.
Yes.
Women will believe you have a big dick.
Charles. Sounds like a good day for you. You know, you made a good point though about the baggy clothes. Look, if I gotta choose one race's clothes to wear, it's blacks. That's a facts. I'm telling you. No way around it. Those are the most comfortable clothes. Not today. They dress like fucking morons with their tight ass pants hanging down to the back of their fucking knees. Stupid idiots. I just want to fucking kick them in the back of their knees in the streets. I hate them. Fucking idiots. Fashion wise, says why. It's not a racist thing. Right. This is a fucking fashionista thing. You fucking little jerks.
But also, how is that not annoying? Walking around.
They all look like they're getting ready to get duked in the pooper. All of them.
Oh my god! All right, guys, I will be right back. So
they couldn't put everybody. You know, they tried putting black men in dresses, didn't work. So they put them in tight pants to squeeze their balls up and make them fucking lesser. This is what happened.
We're really getting into some philosophical conversations, aren't we? With this black and white, I didn't think better. I didn't think this show would do all of this. Honestly,
hey, Ice Cube knew what conversation he was opening. He knew that it would make people watching say this, and then people watching would say this. Hey, can I bend y'all over one time? Black guy voice definitely wants my dickies. Black guy voice. Which one of that is us? Is it Damian? Because he talks with his smooth black. I can't do it. Did you guys know? Stop this show right now. Did you guys fucking know Damian's been lying to us this whole time? Stone, Whedon's not here. He's not going to hear this. Fucking cocksucker's been lying to us. He fucking sends me a podcast of him and his friend from, I don't know, 15 years ago, whatever. 10, whatever. That when they're youths, when they're young kids. Okay. And Damian is 100% Australian. The fucking that's this guy who's talking to us right now with that like Cockney, fucking semi-Cockney American accent. With
you mean like this? We're not talking like this, boy.
No, this is not him. He's lying to us. I heard him.
What does he sound like? He sound like Steve Irwin?
Crikeys, welcome to our podcast, mate. I just got done throwing some shrimps on me Bobby, and I just fucked my kangaroo named Molly.
So then, yes.
Was that a clip? Did you make a clip from the podcast?
Sure did.
So then, yes.
Yeah, but with a much higher pitched voice because he was young. It was like, chip, chip, mate. It's me, Damian Rogers. Welcome to my show. I fucked a kangaroo. I have chlamydia now.
Jimmy Crinton, the lion sack of fuck.
It's a true story.
Barely, even a little bit.
What was it like then, David? Please regale us. Then.
I don't even know if I can.
It was actually pretty good. It would also piss you off because Damian is like, well, I mean, it's different, but you remember the old days we'd make fun of Damian for not saying enough on the shows or whatever, or being such a quiet guy. He was just like, personally, this motherfucker was killing it. It was a lovely show. I mean, they were talking about dumb stuff, I'm sure, but they were chill.
Oh, yeah.
But okay, so you had a less deep voice then?
I'd say it was maybe a little bit, but not too dissimilar. Also, it was recorded with the inbuilt mic on a fucking a Mac laptop.
You can't tell. It sounded perfectly fine.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, why does this sound as good as it does, given the, we're outside, and it was a fucking, 2009, 2008 Mac laptop, but, not complaining. But yeah, even me listening to it, I was like, I could talk back then. What happened?
Why do you,
well,
I wasn't just like, I think,
why do you guys, real quick, guys?
I won't.
I appreciate they actually do listen to it. It's just so we don't have to.
God, I won't play your actual voice unless you want me to.
I just heard it.
Oh, was that you? Well, you were about to actually say something, so here.
I'm not like Beatty. I will listen to this and I'll be like, cut that out. I sound like a dick. I appreciate they actually do listen to it. we don't have that many people that listen to it, as far as I know. Like, usually, last few weeks, each episode's got about 18 downloads. But
Is that not an Australian?
To me, I sound pretty much the same, but
I think so.
It's open air. I'm not doing myself justice here. I can't play more. I'd be a jerk. This was sent to me in private, in confidence, saying, "Do not show this to anybody. It's my greatest shame." When I was actually an Australian.
No. He sounds
the opposite. I was like, that'd be my greatest hour.
He sounds Mel Gibson to me.
Who is an Australian?
Technically.
Kind of. Like, we claim him, but it's technically, yeah.
He's an upstate New Yorker. I mean,
yeah.
Let's be honest. I'm pretty
but
sure.
But he got famous here, so fuck off.
Yeah. Didn't he, like, move to Australia when he was 10 or something like that? Or live there shortly?
Yeah. I think he grew up from, like 10 or 12 or something.
Apparently, he lived and still lives relatively close to where I live. Let me double look. Yeah, go on with your.
Real quick, why do you think this was only available on like YouTube?
Because anything that's progressive is not allowed in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Just that simple?
If it could do good, if it's possible to open a mind instead of tightly fucking sew it shut, it's not going to go out there.
Because I don't think they were particularly new files either. I think they've been out there for a couple of years or something like that. So
I looked, even places you can't find shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even something. It's almost something that I almost kind of forgotten about because it just wasn't something that was even sort of like you hear about shows either one way or another. Somehow it's being brought back up, or somebody finds a clip of it and it brings something back out. It's like it just wasn't never in the conversation after it came out for some weird reason. And I felt like, I mean, and for me, honestly, I guess the respect that I had, honestly, even though I felt like a part of me I felt like I was gonna have more of an issue with the Wurgle family, I still felt like they were brave for being willing to be a part of this, this experiment. They were very brave because,
Is that the white or black family?
The white family.
The white.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The daughter. Can I interrupt you and say that? Okay, you finish your point because I have a counter to that brave comment.
But just a stigma with the stigma on both sides with the white family is the reason why I feel like they're they're brave for doing this.
I feel the parents were just too overly excited. It was such a different time that
All right, guys, I'm back.
I don't feel we can call them brave because there was no stake to it. For the parents, it was like, all right, we'll do this. We'll get everybody was talking about it openly back then. Just like when they said, no one's going to flat out call you that word. And so with Rose, it wasn't even like, oh no, I'm going to paint myself black and people are going to look at me funny and think I'm a monster and I'm a racist. No, that was nowhere in a human being's mind. She was able at that time to say, yes, I will jump into this experience and I will learn from this without feeling like there would be any repercussions because it was open then. It was a better time.
Overall, yes, but you still have room. I mean, you can still see there were certain things like when they first.
If they did it today, Stone, they'd be Mel Gibson's right before he gets his head chopped off. They'd be so brave. They'd be Caitlyn Jenner right after he killed that woman. So brave.
Right now.
If they did it today, yes,
really?
Yes, they'd be the bravest of brave.
That's what I said when we first started talking about it. I was like, yeah, like finding a family to actually do this now, I think would be pretty tough.
Wow.
Just because they know, like, even though, it's sanctioned by the show and stuff, like, people they're gonna be getting shit for it.
I'm amazed. I felt that way back then.
Explain that. Get into that, please, because remember, whenever I talk about this great free world, even though I'm not a white, I'm talking about the white experience. So you tell me in You know, listen, 2006, it might as well have still been 1999. You know what I'm saying?
I feel what you're saying, Jim. No, Jim. I see. You and I, we've talked a lot about this, and I feel what you're saying. But I felt like it was more of that, like with us as a lot of us coming into
Morning, Kish.
Morning. Ella's coming into teenage and going into our 20s. And that's where she was. She was 17, very close to being 18 years old. So she was basically still being more influenced by, a lot of us coming out of the 90s into the new millennium and becoming more adults and everything like that. She was still on that wavelength. Her parents, on the other hand, and everything that was as far as the older set went, it was still work being done, but then the work was being undone that we were doing. It was still young.
Well, and the parents, though, even though their generation was shittier, if you read my short story Space Wizard, there's a great analogy in there of this about how the people in the 70s, they would, like, a white guy and a black guy would become friends and they would call each other N-word and cracker, and that would be their way of breaking that racial boundary. You know what I mean? Like they would, or like if the one black guy in town would show up, you'd have a Norm situation, but with a different N-word in a welcoming way. You know what I'm saying? And then that guy would just he didn't feel a way about it. It was a way of breaking a racial bound. Now, of course, in the 70s, there was far more racism. That's why they needed such extreme measures to counter it, much like where we are now, which tell him Steve Dave I was listening to, Brian Quinn, right around 2013 was warning of this. He says this whole woke culture is going to have a major blowback of countermeasure with extremism. And he's like, people are just going to start screaming the N-word. And he described the YouTube of now. He described Gino Bisconte and the compound cucks to a fucking T. So, yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. But it was a great point, I assure you. I think I was at the end of it. I just don't know how to put a bow on it. So
I'm just gonna say,
I concede my time to the speaker.
Like I said, I'm just gonna say that basically that we were, like I said, we were starting to do good work, but I think we somewhat got undermined by our own generation when it came to that. The 90s were great, and a lot of us were starting to come out as adults and everything like that, and everything was sort of known a little bit more. We were having, people were connecting more with different races. We were having more real conversations with the youth. But I think we got undermined by, our parents, and then by people in our own generation that kind of pulled everything back. And then it was like, I don't know, maybe not, but
no, I think you're mostly right. Again, because there still were racists and terrible people throughout all of it. And those were what were the media and everyone else, the mainstream will use that over this. The same way they'll use Wu-Tang over Tribe Called Quest or NWA over fucking De La Soul. That's what they want. They don't want, everyday people, right? They don't want a strong black man. They don't want a strong African. They just want fucking that type.
I get that. I also get that. But I also kind of feel like that with this show, especially at that time, because still, and that's why I feel like they were brave at that time, because when everybody was feeling like they were having that conversation and we were talking about it. But it was like, then you had this family that was willing to say, you know what, at this time, we're coming into the new millennium and everything like that. We're willing to do this, because when did Black Chicks even come out?
Yeah, great point. When did that come out?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
That ties into what Kish is saying, and then when because back in his day, he had the book Black Like Me. In Stone, you and our day, we had, what's his dick? What was his Soul Man? What was the dickhead's name in that? Well, the white guy who goes to college
C. Thomas Howell.
Yes, C. Thomas Howell. And I'm going to speak for you. Maybe you told me this already, but I'm doing this as an
2004.
experiment. I'm doing this as an experiment to speak for you.
Okay.
How did we feel when we saw that? No way negative. We saw that as like a real good way of this man to learn of an experience. You know what I'm saying? Like we saw it as that. A transformation of his perspective of what it is to be black to what it actually is to be black. And we were fucking children watching that. That's our natural human response to that without external influences.
I was aware of C. Thomas Howell before that movie happened, and seeing the movie and everything. Like, see, that has a lot to do with it for me. The person that's doing it, the whole content and everything that surrounds it, and while we're doing it, because as long as you're not trying to send a message that's saying one thing about, you know what I'm saying, about the race, and it wasn't being done there. Like I said, even as a kid, again, my mother and other people even called me a little peculiar, a little particular, even when I was a kid. So yeah, I was analyzing it in that way. Yeah, and I was even analyzing it that way. And
did you wake in the morning and step outside and then take a deep breath? And so go on, please.
No, I wasn't, not till I was 19. You know what I'm saying? But never getting real high till I was 19. All right.
You weren't a hairy armpitted dreadlocked lesbian at that time.
But yeah, I was still trying to get up
that wasn't your peculiarity.
I wasn't getting real high back then, but I was still trying to get up that great big hill of hope. Okay, for a destination. But anyway, now.
Hey, 25 years later, and this is, oh, Jesus Christmas.
But yeah, man, it was just basically, guys, you get me wrong my train of thought. I think you did it on purpose.
I mean, come on, that was a hard one to. It's a tightrope. But you were talking about your C. Thomas Howell into
but I analyzed that, and I just felt like it was more like it was again having a conversation, because it's out there. The fact of feeling like, okay, I as a white guy can't get, can't get a scholarship or can't get help with my education because they're more focused on the average, which was true. It's like if you make up something that's not true and try to create a movie around it, it's bullshit. And I'm going to snuff that out. Even as a kid, I was. But when you create a movie that has some humor to it about an issue that really is about an issue or a fact that really is happening, like so like the United Negro College Fund and things like that to help, to help us get into college because of that systemic racism. But sometimes it does affect people who are not rich and white, and they're still trying to pay for college and do what they're doing. And it's like, it didn't hit them. So it's like, it's a humorous thing of, okay, I'm doing this to basically get myself a college education and everything like that. It was just a very interesting, unique take on a conversation. And that's why,
and like you said, humorous, and humor is the best way to have these conversations. It's always been that, again, gallow humors, that's how they deal with the trauma of the things they do. Those who have gallow humors, like policemen, morticians, fucking ambulance people. It's that humor is the best weapon or the best tool, and that's why, again, now we're in a war on humor. Everything's being censored.
And that's, and I think
they don't want us to heal.
And I think that's where the real change is happening. But I think that basically, like, the whole, I think that you're feeling that way because of the whole blackface thing. I think blackface has always been an issue, and it'll always be somewhat of an issue, and now, but now I guess everything is about a point, not a point.
Has it? Because I think we've discussed this before, and it's something we really should look into, because from when I look back into the history of blackface and like minstrel shows and vaudeville and shit, oftentimes it was a lot of poor people making what they can, and the community around, like the poor people were performing. And that's what vaudeville was. It was like back alley performances where community would come and they would see something. And there were actually, it was kind of like using humor. It wasn't like Now there were, I'm sure. But in general, it wasn't like, hey, look at this black parody monster creature. There were a few stereotypes in the same fucking way with Def Comedy Jam. It's like, I'm white and have a stick in my ass and like wine and cheese. There may have been a few like watermelon seed spitting bits as like a common thing back then, but it was humor
because there is a big face because somewhere out there was a big face watermelon eating guy just.
Well, that's fucking hilarious. But look at it. You're turning right there, watermelon seed spitting. The caricature is, oh, these blacks just sit around with their chicken and watermelon. But then you're taking that watermelon and using it as a seed to go to eliminate your enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like you're turning that around back on them. So perhaps in that seed spitting joke, maybe that is in there. Maybe there was a seed of that in their intent. But my point is, it wasn't always meant to be harmful, and a lot of black people back then prospered off of this. For instance, like Aunt Jemima became like a culture, or whatever. What was the lady from Song of the South or whatever that? A lot of these people went on to do a lot of good in their community and stuff, and I don't know that they felt at the time they were being hurt. We view it as offensive now, but I'm not sure they were as offended in their time, is what I'm saying, and I would love to research this more.
I mean, see I don't know, Jim. See, the way I look at it is structure, and because it's amazing to me when people just don't understand, what I would advise anyone who doesn't understand like the weight and the massiveness of like mentally of a program or a system or systemic this or that. Like I went to the Amazon. I went to like one of the Amazon sites, to the liver.
Oh, I thought you meant the actual jungle with a machete and a fucking Indiana Jones hat. I was like, all right, I can't wait to hear where this story's going.
No.
St. Olaf.
No. Just
fight John Boyd.
Just one of the Amazon. You know what I'm saying?
I need to see this now, Indiana Stone. I need to see this.
No,
go on.
No.
How do we get this made?
We won't.
Can we kick it out of the shit?
All right, but went to the building. I mean, and just to see that fucking Jesus Christ, you guys. Okay, let it go.
Better late than never.
Let it go. All right, but again, to see the go by this building that they have out there. I mean, it is absolutely fucking humongous. I mean, I don't know how many floors is in that fucking building. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot, man. But the goddamn building is just the absolute space that it takes up for one, and just the height of that fucking building. You stand by it and look up, you're just seeing nothing but fucking building. It's just fucking crazy to think how massive that building. And when I think about stuff like that, folks, I think about a system like fucking Hollywood. Like you have a person that wants to be an actor, and you have a complete system that holds that gate to being an actor, and you have to be, a maid. You have to be a butler, but not just that, but you have to be one that's going to talk in a way that's going to, it's going to make people comfortable with how they think you sound when, when you around and and it's like that. And it's not what you're doing. It's not, I'm creating this, I'm bringing this to you. It's what they want. It's what they've always wanted. And it's like either you're going to be an actor, an actress, or you're not at this point. So, what are you going to do? These are the roles that we have for you when we do these movies. So either you're going to do them or you're not. And then what's worse, and you can say they're poor, but some of those vaudeville actors, some of the people who went into blackface weren't always poor and weren't always unknown. No,
not at all, for sure. I'm saying, look, there's the people who you probably heard about. They made it. They're rich. Okay, just like now, there's people like us who exist who do something, and then there's people at the higher levels who siphon out of the whole world of nobody's doing stuff. They steal the acts, the vaudeville acts, and they put them on the large stage, and then that's what you see. But the predominantly, yeah, vaudeville was poor people, predominantly, like the actual vaudeville. The other thing was like a picture of vaudeville or whatever. My words are not right. Go on, though. I'm sorry.
I know what you mean.
But no, I get it. I mean, I'm just saying overall, I just think that when you have that weight of that structure, and it's like you could say they prosper in a way, but it's just like, I mean, but it's like those.
But the structure was different because the structure you described was kind of the structure that came since. It was a worse structure in a way because you came fresh from slavery, one would say. So again, you're in a far more extreme time of pain. Therefore, the healing laughter might be far more extreme as well. It was birthed. It was birthed post-slavery, I would assume. I mean, when did fucking blackface start? Chimney, that's a question. But please go on.
Probably like the 1600s or something like that.
I mean, again, people need to be entertained, but in a way, like I said, I think everything kind of sparked from
1845 is the birth of American blackface.
American blackface, okay.
Well, because minstrelsy, that's what it is. I mean, sure, prior to that, through all of life, people were doing Chinese eye, but it wasn't a fucking racist thing. Just like men in Shakespeare would play women. Like, that's just how it was back then. You had a group of one specific Mongolians or something, and they're portraying a bunch of these people they encountered far off. It was like a learning tool, even. I mean, they didn't have television or any way to show you what these other people were like, so they portrayed them.
Like, what, are we going to travel for a year to bring some of these people back?
But also,
have an accurate thing.
But also, I guess you're dealing with a male-dominated situation where they didn't want women to be actors at that point. So that's why I think a lot of them were doing that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not 1830, not 45. Jim Crow is 1830.
Okay.
But listen, can I just also say this? Thank you to Ice Cube, and in its way, thank you to Blackface, because we are nearly 20 years later from Black White, and whatever people want to say about this show, we've got an Australian, an American black man, an American Italian, and a clearly definable white American in Charles Whedon, having this discussion about race. And that's the argument everybody makes. It brings the discussion. Yeah, goddamn right. Look, I didn't even see the fucking rest of the series. And look at what we've been talking about, just having their pictures on the screen. We've gone to many different points about race. This opens the discussion, as did that blackface minstrel shit. Almost 200 years later now, the discussion is still going. It's us as the people who need to stop being so, and it goes a little bit to Bruno's point, ignorant as he were, huh, Charles? Like when he would be like, well, I can't wait for someone to call me this, because I'm just going to say, why'd you say that? That's not nice. And that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. In a way, he's kind of right. It is our responsibility to not be inflamed by these things that they're fucking throwing at us.
Charles?
Sorry,
I forgot where I was going with that whole thing. Yeah, so thank you, Ice Cube, and thank you, Blackface, for keeping the conversation alive. The conversation's important until we get to a goddamned conclusion of it. It would be nice to stop having the conversation, and I think we were close to it. But now we're back to Jim Crow.
Yes, even though I still say that Bruno was straight up an asshole throughout the entire show, though.
But you said there was a redemption for Bruno. You mentioned.
No, I didn't. I never said
you didn't?
that. No.
You said he wasn't as bad as you thought.
No, I never said that either.
No, damn it. Bruno's a racist piece of shit. I don't. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go look for it right now.
No, I never said that. I never said.
I'm going right to the TEE and I'm looking.
Nope, never said that.
He's looking already. He's like, nope. Did I shit? Fuck no.
Oh God, no.
Oh, okay.
Because
This is my perception, okay? Because you said the show was not what you expected, and I said better or worse. You said a little better. Bruno is still an asshole. So what I assumed is he learned a little something. He's still an asshole, but is better than you expected. So that was my mistake there.
Yeah, no. It's just like Bruno is still an asshole, but the overall show is not what I expected.
I got you.
That's what I got.
I don't think Bruno learned anything, and he lost his wife. So
Yep.
Happy ending for Bruno.
Yep. But yeah,
His daughter ran away to Munchbox.
Rose is hands down the best part of the entire show. I loved Rose. She was amazing throughout the entire show.
I maintain the most convincing out of everybody as far as the makeup and everything.
Nick was an absolute idiot because he did nothing throughout the entire show. He just
I will say I did. Yeah, he was pretty useless.
He just slacked off. He slacked off. He didn't do anything.
I did like his attitude. Sorry, you go.
He just, it's like he didn't even want to be there. And that at the whole point I was like, if you don't want to be here, then why are you here? It's just like, I mean, why did you even agree to do this?
I said, like, we're just going to cut to you every, 15 minutes, and you go, I don't care. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then, of course,
thanks. That's great.
The only member...
Well, I guess he was playing a good white kid.
The only member of the black family that I liked was Brian. I liked Brian. Renee was more of a wild card. It's just, I mean, sometimes I liked her, sometimes I didn't.
I love this. I love the scene where when Nick brought the watch, when he bought the watch, and she flipped out at him about it. She yelled at him and
started on the fucking watch situation.
She's just yelling at him upstairs, and Bruno's laying down on the couch. She's like, "Yeah, it's very interesting to be hearing this kind of." Kind of no nonsense talk from a black perspective.
Bruno was just
kind of looking around, just like, this is so fucking uncomfortable.
Bruno was just laying on the couch, just listening to the whole thing. I was like, dude, you shouldn't even be listening to this. This has nothing to do with you.
I mean, it's a bit difficult to not listen. She was just shouting.
Yeah. I don't know. Go into your bedroom, put on some headphones, and listen to a podcast or something. I don't know. Yeah. You can listen to TEE TV.
Yeah. Go make some hot, sticky, fantastic. I don't know. Yeah. Anything else, but just laying there trying to make commentary while in his head he's like, this is so fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to sit and listen to that.
Yeah. But no, what Nick did was really freaking stupid. It was really stupid. It's just like the way he was behaving. And then when they had him meet up with that ex-gang member, Kenny, I was like, okay, this might actually wake him up. And then when it came to realization that it didn't wake him up, I was like, really? Not this? I mean, come on.
Yeah, like, I liked Kenny. He was cool. He was just giving him just straight up facts. Be like, don't fuck your life up.
Yeah,
I've been there. You don't want to.
Was it like a scared straight type situation?
Not
yeah,
really.
like ex-gangster. Oh, yeah, sort of. Like ex-gangster gives them like sort of the lowdown on, these are the things you don't want to be doing.
I got to go to a scared straight when I was a kid. Like, I actually did the whole thing. The prisoners are there saying, like, you want me to fuck out your tight little asshole? You want me to fuck your asshole out? I will sell you for a pack of cigarettes, boy. Your little white asshole's gonna get it was
and you're just go on.
I'm fucking stop smirking, boy. Stop smirking. I'm gonna stop that smirk with my dick, boy. It was like that. We were all laughing. We were all pretty much high. I mean, pretty much everybody on the goddamn bus going in got stoned beforehand.
Yeah, like, I'm sure this is meant to be sobering, but this is fucking hilarious.
It's like, yeah, we already seen this on TV, bro, and our friends are way more fucking hard than you, all right? And there's, like, police everywhere. You're not going to fuck my ass, bro, so just do your show. Enjoy your time at a cell.
Yeah, it's just, I remember seeing, like, a commercial for one of those scared straight shows where they were trying to intimidate like a troubled kid and everything, telling him to get in the cell and everything. So like, go on, get in the cell, get in the cell, and the door is like barely cracked open. So like, why won't you get in the cell? And the kid's just standing there, saying like, yeah, because you don't have the door open all the way. And I'm like, well, I mean, he's not wrong. And I'm like,
what am I, 2D? How am I supposed to get in there?
yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You know, guys, this has just been such a fine conversation about race that I feel like I'm going to clip out just the part that I was on and put it out there as the greatest conversation ever of race because...
You mean like mute everybody else when they actually did talk and just...
Yeah, that.
I was giving him
I was trying to make a joke that like it's not worth it when I wasn't here or when I'm gone, but it didn't work. I didn't have a good punchline to it. It just came off as mean.
Hey guys,
I'm sure you guys
back.
do a lovely show. You know, I wish I got to listen to your show more. Oftentimes at work, I get the YouTube notification after the show's already over. It's like I just forget it's a Saturday and I'm fucking working, but it'd be great to listen to you guys at work. I've said it before to Damian at least. One day I was listening to Steve Dave. I did catch you guys at work, switched over, did it on the quick, and just was in the middle of shit. Didn't even register in my head I had switched. It felt like I was just listening to the same damned podcast. So I'm sure you guys do a lovely, lovely show. But today, Stone, what I was saying, what a fine... Stone, you and we've done this conversation that's been our little goal for a long time. A decade now we've been running this online. And I think this is one of our finer moments, and it really should be clipped. Just the parts with me on it, though. I mean, you guys could be there as background talk. I'm just saying, like,
what you
got to cut out the beginning and you got to cut out the end after I go, and then put it up as a proper version of your show. Like you're like, here you go. This is the best episode of TEE ever.
Background noise.
You're good about 30 minutes.
Yeah, with him repeating undulating and sticky fantastic over and over again.
That's what you put in the description. Sticky fantastic Jim Grindle undulates over race while three men speak quietly in the background in his wake, and he makes all these great points. And they also add a little bit to help accentuate the great wonder that is Jim Grindle, the undulating, sticky fantastic hot wet lord.
I would make you into a Eurotrash house remix. The sticky fantastic undulating some bullshit like that.
See, that was like a veiled way of saying he's gonna rape me. That's what he was trying. That was See,
it's amazing. See, it's amazing how Eastern European house music makes you feel that way.
I can't think if you want to talk about racism or stereotypes or something. You say black people, a whole lot comes to mind. Muslim, a whole lot. Say everything, a whole lot comes to mind. You say Eastern European, rape. That's how my brain works.
See?
Wow.
But it's amazing.
Even that could be used for the beat.
But the music, but the music can make you feel
rape.
That music make you feel like you got roofied.
Rip.
I'm just trying to tell you that music sometimes make you feel like you got roofied and you kind of in this weird haze, and it's like the music just keeps just kind of reverberating and just pulsating. You know what I'm saying? It's like you just kind of spinning, it's
undulating, you might say.
Yeah, but not the good way. Not the good way.
Well, speaking of undulating, gentlemen, I've got to undulate my way on out of here. I've got some things to do today. Most of which is nothing. Sit down and relax. But I got to get to that point, so.
Got to push out the rest of that log you snapped off there?
Shh. Let's not talk about that. No, I'll be fine. I've switched my morning poops to an evening poop routine. And boy, oh boy, I think it's better to do. I believe George Carlin as well was an advocate of the evening poop in his later years of life.
Yeah,
when he was like 80.
I'm pretty sure any poop was a good poop.
Well, yeah, exactly that. I think that was his punchline. But let me argue for you the wonders of the evening poop. This is my theory, at least. You got all day to walk around with that poop compacting and collecting other poop particulars in your gut. It's just you're cleaning your gut out more, and then when you finally poop it out, it's more solid, hard turd. So it's dragging down more grossness from your innards as well, getting a lot of those booty bugs out.
The moonlight streaming through the window makes it look more impressive.
Yes. Are you just suggesting the poo scurried away in the moonlight like a?
No, I was thinking like the moonlight coming through the. I don't know where I was. Shut up.
I'm just curious. You have a fucking window in your bathroom where the moon can come in. That's pretty awesome. You take a moonlight shit. That'd be pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, this is an awesome.
And have done many times.
Charles, you can't speak on this. You have an outhouse. We all know this.
I do not have an outhouse.
Charles,
Yes,
not
the
plantation.
maid's quarters. Those are the maid's quarters. Actually, it's not the outhouse. It's the
Yeah.
maid's
I
quarters.
do have working plumbing. Thank you very much.
Well, you're mistaken. The outhouse is next to the maid's quarters on Charles's old family plantation. Now converted into an illegal immigrant tobacco farm.
Ah! Former.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, what are you doing now? Oh, you got a meth operation going on in the shed?
No.
No.
Blackie operation in the lab.
Black operation in the lab.
The government has now taken over the property, and they've like tented off the area where Blackie was found, and they've been doing experiments on him since Charles's youth, while simultaneously observing Charles and seeing the effects of his exposure to Blackie.
Ah.
All right, see you guys soon. Bye.
Always a good one. I'm glad we could end it on another conversation other than shit. I mean, like, goddamn, baby, you Australian. Once you guys get obsessed with something, you'll stay on it, won't you?
What did I do now?
You should obsess, man.
I didn't. What?
You
I didn't bring it up.
No, but then you about to leave. Yeah, you're gonna bring out one more log. Like, what the fuck, man? Jesus Christ, no, we don't want to hear about his log. We didn't want to hear about it when he came back. We want to hear about it.
I think it's a reasonable thing to say because it's
Pun intended. We did not want to hear about that shit. Pun intended.
I am sorry. God damn.
I never want to hear about his shit. Pun intended. Jesus Christ. Never want to hear about it. He does well enough informing of it by himself. He does. He over the years I've been skeeved at every time he's given too much information about what he had just been. Too many years, Damian. Too many fucking years, you understand? Too many damn years. Too many shows. Too many fucking shows of burps. Too many fucking shows of just breast feeling. Moob feeling. Let's call him Malia. Too many times of moob feeling, Damian. To himself.
Bunch of hot, sticky, not so fantastic.
No, trust me. Fantastic is not the word I choose to describe it. Trust me. But yeah, it's a lot of years of that, man. A lot of years. I just go from the bathroom and
believe it.
Yeah, a lot of years of that. A lot of years.
Yep. 12 years by my count.
And I need a reward. The reward is less shit talk. Pun intended.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty common topic with everyone except you, Charles, and I guess Luke. Just those other two guys.
No, trust me. David Blowy does. He'll talk that shit with him. He's a creep. He'll talk that shit with him right along.
So it's just you and Charles.
Yeah, he's a fucking creep. You know it. He's a creep. He's like I said, an extremely poor man's Bobby Lee, so he'll definitely talk shit.
It's extremely poor man's now.
Yes, I've always said that. I've always
downgraded. I thought it was just a poor man's.
No.
Extremely.
Extremely poor man's Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee's already a poor man.
Oh, yeah.
He's already a poor man's Bobby Lee. So we need an extremely poor man's Bobby Lee.
Sure, you'll be happy to hear that.
He's heard it. He's heard it already. Come on. He's heard it already. This is what I do. This is what we do here. Luke knows I love him, and that's how I love. That's how I love. That's my love language. Okay?
Yep.
Being the brother that can make fun of you in the ways other people can't. That's my love language. See, that's what I do. You know, I toughen your skin for the world because I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who's called him Bobby Lee. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, Bobby Lee, that's that comedian that has a tendency to soil himself, right?
Whoa, really? Damn, that is just, you know what? That really, as I thought it couldn't, but that actually lowers my opinion of Bobby Lee now.
Yeah, because I remember watching an episode. I remember watching an episode of that interview show, Hot Ones with the Hot Wings, and he ate a line of 10 hot wings, and he got overexcited in the interview process that he ended up soiling himself during the interview. Like, yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Didn't think I could find a lower opinion of Bobby Lee, but then we got to the gutter, didn't we?
Yeah. And like Bobby Lee had like his whole facial expression had changed, go like, oh shit. And of course Sean Evans, like the interviewer, was like, wait, what happened? And Bobby Lee like said, like, I think I just shit myself. And then Sean Evans is like, wait, really? It's just like, yeah. And they kept the interview going after that, I think. Because that's when I turned the interview off. I was like, oh, I don't want to keep watching this now. It's like, oh god.
This guy just sitting there in his own shit, eating more hot wings, I imagine.
I assume they kind of like took a break so he could change his britches, but I mean, it's just like, oh, okay, what happened?
Hiya. What usually happens every once in a while, you know.
I'm on the bottom now.
You're on the bottom now.
Ew. Come on, man. You got to say, you know what I mean. See, that helps you at that point. That helps you at that point.
So what you're saying is that
hey, I'm the bottom. I'm that guy from the poetry group all of a sudden.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, of course not.
But no, man. I mean, yeah, but trust me, man. See, that's the whole thing about me sometimes, man. Look.
Yeah, but no, it's just ever since that moment on that episode of Hot Ones, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I like Bobby Lee anymore because he just so nonchalantly just shit his pants.
But look, real quick, Damian, I want to say this because again, like I was saying before about how I make fun of things. Like, see, again, like sometimes I may do my touristy bullshit about Australia and everything like that, and about your Australian logic because see, I like Australia. See, and I truly believe in my heart that I would truly have been in a fight when I fight an Australian guy for real. You know, I truly believe that. Like, I don't think I've ever really been in a real knockdown drag out until I really lock horns with an Australian guy. I think then I'll know a lot about myself after I fought one of those guys. What do you think?
The kangaroos of people.
But see, yeah. I'm talking about those guys. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You know the ones I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I meant when I said something. Like, you know, you got your drinks too many beers, has a beer gut, and probably would just topple over if you tapped him. But there's some, like, yeah.
If you accidentally like hit an Australian with your car, it's like what happens when an Australian hits a kangaroo. It's like you go like you run, like you hit an Australian with a car. You're like, fucking Australians. Yeah.
Fucking Aussies.
Yeah. I know that was morbid, but still, it's just like if you've seen the video, you would understand what I was talking about.
Did you watch that animated one I sent?
Yes, I did. I saw it.
That was pretty great. Kangaroo's just hopping along, going normal, then all of a sudden he gets super buff and just fucking
Yeah.
All right. Well, just real quick, just checking in here. Any more to say about Black right here?
One thing I do want to say is that when they were all like hugging and like shaking hands when they were all leaving the house and going their separate ways, it looks like Bruno and Brian had like buried the hatchet. But when they like hugged and like shook hands and like they were like saying like, "Oh, we had mutual respect for each other and everything," I was like, that is complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
there
just
was a
like,
very abrupt shift.
yeah, it's just I knew that the two of them hated each other. Well, I mean,
Which
Bruno probably didn't like, probably just felt it like said like, "Oh no, Brian just doesn't get me" or whatever. But I knew Brian absolutely hated Bruno. I'm certain of it. And just
it
the
definitely
fact
seemed like it.
When Brian had said that there was like a mutual respect between the two of them, I was like, "Oh no, that's complete bullshit." It's like
It's
I
like,
knew.
do you have evidence of this?
Yeah, it's just like
We have not
I
seen it.
there's no way. There is absolute with all the shit that Brian had to put up with when it came to Bruno. I was like, no, there's no way that Brian had any respect for
What
Bruno.
did you feel like you had to put up with?
Well, I don't know.
Midlife rap.
So what? Come on. He probably can't rap. You'd be surprised how many motherfuckers cannot rap. And I'm gonna put to you like this. You look at him in this picture. He's got a polo shirt with his black family, and he's got a polo shirt they put on the makeup. He's got a more designed one. It's just like, bro, he can't rap.
I never said
you.
Brian could rap.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm just letting you know from my opinion. There was no proof one way or the other. But I'm just telling you, he loves polo shirts. He loves to golf. You know what I'm saying? He loves that shit. So his experience and things like that was more about like how, like he was just like, look, he's a guy who wants to, he wants to be embraced. He likes to golf, and he wants to be seen as a regular guy who likes to golf. And when he went in there as a white guy, and they were putting the shoes on his feet and everything like that, he's experiencing what he wants to experience. This is a guy, in my opinion, he can't rap. He can't rap. I guarantee.
I would almost say Brian is whiter than Bruno. Almost.
But see, I don't know. Bruno will be whiter, will be blacker than Brian in the 70s.
Yeah.
Bruno will be blacker because he's more in tune to what because it was more on what they thought the black experience was, especially back at that time and what they saw in the 70s and blah blah blah. Like Good Times was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Some of those shows and That's My Mama and all them shit, like they thought they knew. You know what I'm saying? They thought they knew and shit like that. Ted Lange was the guy for a lot of years, you know what I'm saying? On That's My Mama with the ooh wee, and then always on the Love Boat with the you know what I'm saying, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so they thought they knew. That's why he thought he had that hat on and doing that fucking that walk, that fucking walk, bro. Like I said, in the 70s, he would be blacker than Brian in the 70s, but in 2006, he looks like somebody who thinks he knows, and the deferment would go to Brian, but I don't think he completely knows. He wants to golf, man. You know what I'm saying? He's a golfer. He is a fucking golfer, bro.
I love that scene when he tried to take Nick golfing, and he gets quite a nice shot. Brian does, and he's like, "Yeah," and you can clearly see Nick's just like, "I don't get it. I don't know what are we doing."
I mean, look, golf.
Can I have my watch back?
Golf is an easy enough sport to a concept to get. It's just, it just takes a lot to get there, bro. I'm sorry. It just, I mean, it's an easy enough sport. Okay, we're going. Okay, it's real simple. Okay, look, man, this is hole one apparently. See, when they say hole one, it's where the hole we're trying to get to is way over there. It's got a flag up. It's got a one on it. So we're trying to hit this ball as far as we can with as few hits as possible to get to that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and then eventually we're going to do this about 18 times total. By the time this whole thing is over, we're going to play 18 holes. But some guys like to play fucking 36 holes, 2 games of this shit. And, you know, it's this. So, yeah, it's easy to explain, but it's just boring as fuck to get there. And then your ball might fall in the water, and then you got to figure out, okay, we got to place it right here by the water. And it's just, you know, whatever. Okay. I'd rather run around.
Now again, might take your hand.
When I think about that, I'd rather run around and hit people and knock them down. You know what I'm saying? Like when I see that and I compare, okay, look, I can go around here and play rugby. I play rugby before I play. I straight up play rugby with guys before I go and golf. Right now, you know, and probably for the foreseeable future until I just can't do it anymore. I choose rugby over golf, and then it was like, okay, I can't play rugby or something like that, and it's golf and fucking, I don't know, strip clubs.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like the worst life.
I will do golf. I can't do golf. Mini golf, sure. I go to this place called Top Golf where you can just be on the like you can just, they have a simulation where you just basically stand out on like a driving range. You basically swap balls out way out as far as you can where this netting is and just do that shit. Oh, if you want to do that the whole time, cool. I like that. But if they were really thinking, they put a glass structure out there. They have some netting still, but a glass structure out there. That would be awesome.
I haven't played mini golf in years.
Mini golf? I mean, you've never been to a mini golf course?
No, I have, just not in a long, long time.
I mean, like I said, in a long time. Why?
I don't know, because there's one like less than 10 minutes from me.
See?
And it's not quite Happy Gilmore level, but, you know.
Miniature golf, right? Miniature golf.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they had a fantastic miniature golf, I guess they did, didn't they? Fantastic?
I think the last time I went to a mini golf course was when I was in high school.
Yeah, probably the same for me.
On a date? Or with friends?
No, it wasn't a date. It was a family outing.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I've done those. Okay, you know what? I'll admit that I've done those. I'm not gonna completely like, because we're a fun family. So I mean, I'll admit I've fucking done that. But you know, I can see how it could. When I look back on it on the outside looking in, I can see how it could be corny. A whole family coming and bringing their little kids in. They can hardly play the fucking games. So you know, it was just about me. But no, I try to play the games that the kids could play and things like that. But I have to admit my culpability. That, you know, I'm a lifetime gamer. You know, it's been in my blood since the longest, and it's about me too. You know, so sorry. Fucking hashtag me too.
I mean, and besides, for me, mini golf just doesn't really seem like the ideal date for me. It's just,
are you kidding me? Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you how to get your stance right. You know. Let me show you how to come on. Let me help you out here. Listen to me. You know, it's, you know.
That's it. You show her how smoothly you can get it into the hole. Over and over again.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go behind the windmill. I want to show you my 9-iron or my wood. My You know, that's what they call it. Right? The wood, or that's what they call it, right? See, golf again. See, it's just, you know, it's fun to make fun of. You know, not fun to watch. Not fun to play.
Well, yeah, because golf is boring.
But it's easy to explain. So I just think that he was just, you know, like, man, it's just.
Look, the best description of golf I have ever heard is Robin Williams describing golf. Like the invention of golf in his
Scottish people.
Yeah, the Scottish people during his Broadway comedy special.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that he did on HBO. That was probably the best description of golf I've ever heard. Yeah,
I've actually got that on CD.
Yeah, I had it on DVD at one point. I don't have it anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I probably lost it somewhere. It's around here somewhere, maybe.
Did we already
Golf,
put this?
Tanya Harding, all sorts of shit.
Did we already?
I don't think we brought that up. No.
Okay, I was born in the late 50s. My parents were open-minded. I was raised to be biased. I think that's very wow. Okay, you were born in the 50s and your parents were open-minded. That was wow. Almost I would venture that would be a small percentage at that time. That parents in the 50s were open-minded. You know, I would find it to be a very small percentage. I mean, just I don't have the numbers, but I could just imagine that would be a very small percentage. That they were very much in the minority, pun intended. But I find it hard to believe that people find it so hard to have an intelligent conversation about race because landmines. Verbal landmines and things like that. People want to have the conversation without being able to have the context of the conversation a lot of times. And that's the hard part. That's going to be the hard part. And you got to be able, if you're going to sit down with someone and do that type of project and have the conversation, you got to be willing. You know what I'm saying? He was just saying, wondering if somebody's going to say it, and the reality is, I'm sorry, the reality is this. Still to this day, I feel like that a person who's racist, one-on-one with somebody, one-on-one with myself, most guys would not say it to my face, would not say it within distance of me, say we're just one-on-one. But if he was racist, he probably wouldn't. But if there were 3 or 4 more guys around, be okay with that, and just me still, it might get said. It might have got said then, and it still get said now. That's the reality of the situation. And the thing about it is that Brian, the reality of this show is that Brian is not relatable to that experience, to where they can never be in that situation where something like that might happen. And I don't know if they were going to really like Jim was saying, venture into a place where it could happen, and it might be a little bit risky for that, to happen. Where they might get into it with somebody that might not think too much of the other race or anything like that. They're older, they have a family, so their interactions, their normal habits are going to be different than somebody who's younger. If the focus was more on the kids, as pertain, as different from the parents, if they had more of a focus and more of a scenario where they went out into different situations, and reverse those situations and things like that. Because that's the thing that they didn't do with Rose, that I also didn't realize from the first show. It was a complete black experience, and it wasn't her going out as a black girl amongst white people. That was another thing that I was just realizing watching this again. That they got some experiences of being able to go out as, at least Renee did, being unmade up, and then and also Bruno did. So I just wanted to see, in another scenario, her going out as a white girl and seeing what the situation would be like. Also, we didn't quite get that situation either. So I just think that when I look back on it, there were some things that were left lacking. I think that the overall the true black experience was left lacking because you had two people that really were kind of in their own ways indifferent to the overall black experience in a way. And you kind of had that in a way I think they were kind of indifferent because in a way that indifference made them kind of open for this experiment. I think in a way, I think somebody that had more of an intrinsic, they had more of a traditional stance as far as their views as black people and white people goes. I think they probably wouldn't have done this, but I think that might have been wrong. I think even somebody that had more of a traditional view, as it were, or traditional preconceived notions, might have still done this.
Possible.
They might have tried it. They might have been a little bit more weird about it. I think the black family might have been a little bit more weird about the situation. I think, but I think like say when you have a guy who's already dealing with his own conflict with his own people, coming up, coming up as coming up into being an adult and everything like that. I think that kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say disqualifies him in a way, but it kind of does put a little bit of it kind of waters down what this was meant to be in a little bit. Am I being too critical?
No, because it's sort of like you can't exactly speak to what you're so adamant about, because you haven't quite had that experience that you're talking about. You're trying to pretend like you did, but it's not the same.
I'm not saying he'd experience. I'm certainly not saying that he.
No, not that. It's like like the way he sort of talks to other people throughout the show, you would think like he grew up as just a straight up black man instead of what he says at the start of the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so we're still on the same track. Okay, no problem. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, that's just the one thing that was like, I don't know if they were, because I mean, I think a lot of that, I think a lot of who the people are goes into how they get picked. And I think maybe that's a part of why they got picked. And I don't know. I mean, I just feel like that. I mean, okay, because I mean, how did you feel? I mean, did you feel like church should have been like the central black gathering place? Do you feel like that should have been that main thing?
Like, should they have put so much of a focus on that?
Yeah, it should. I mean, like, because I felt like, again, was it too stereotypical? What was a cookout too stereotypical?
It's probably about the same, really.
You know what I'm saying? But why not have a cookout and invite some friends over? Why go to a church? Do you go to that church? See, it's a lot of weirdness with even that. Like, do you guys really go to this church? Are we just going to a church that's considered as a black church or whatever? Or this is a church that you guys actually, but they're from. See, you know what? Let me stop. Let me get my head together. See, they're from Atlanta, and they're in California. So yeah. No, this is not their church.
No.
So why are they doing? Now that I think about it, should it have been this way? Should they have come to Georgia instead of them coming to California?
I think you say that it probably would have made more sense.
Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe they should have came to Georgia and they could have basically did more to kind of bring them into their black experience. There's no way they can really give them a black experience in a place that they don't live and they're not comfortable with.
God damn that. Now I'm just like, motherfucker, what? I feel like they've shorted us.
Yeah, in a couple of different ways, but now it just kind of came to me now. That wasn't something that I really had prepared. That's just something that really I just really thought about it. Like, why would you pull the black family from their home state, their hometown, take them to California to sort of like mentor them in a white experience, and then it's like there was no get together because that's the thing. Like, as they're white, and it's like, why not as, okay, the Wergel family as themselves? Why did they not have a get together at which the Sparks as themselves were invited to? Or maybe just maybe the Wergel family have a get together where the Sparks family as the made up white family were invited to.
A lot of missed opportunities with this show, really.
Now that I'm thinking about it, and as a kid, I wasn't really thinking about those things. There were other things that I was focused on, but of course, as I got older and I got more into what I'm doing as and what I'm trying to aspire to, it's like I started thinking like, yeah, there were a lot of things that left on the table when it came to the show. Really.
Well, there was another missed opportunity that I really think they dropped the ball on, and that is when they took when they went to the Museum of Tolerance. Yeah, they took Nick to the Museum of Tolerance to basically show him what show
like a
him
wake
all
the fuck up kind of moment.
wake the fuck up kind of moment. Yeah, but I still think they should have taken Bruno there too. Yeah,
Yeah.
they should have taken they should have taken him there too, and they by not taking him there, it's just that was a big missed opportunity. Because I mean, throughout the entire show, Bruno refuses to see racism like where racism clearly was. Like when Deanna and Carmen and Bruno in makeup were at that I can't remember where it was, but it was the people playing the drums. And
Oh God. Oh, God.
Carmen clearly felt not welcome there and felt a lot of hostility. It's just, I mean, Bruno did feel hostility there, but he felt he got the wrong message. And
this was them in their makeup.
This was him in makeup.
It was it was when they went to like an all black, like, what would you call it? Like not a street fair, like
it was a
bunch
of street.
No.
It was a bunch of street performers.
Yeah, like street performers and they're like, little stalls where people were selling stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
And yeah, the whole sort of
Swap
thing there was, I guess, the whole thing there was like supposedly there was a lot of hostility because he turned up with a white woman.
Yeah, Carmen was not in makeup, but Bruno was, and
Yeah.
the whole purpose of it was to see how the community would react with a black man being there with a white woman as a black and white woman couple, and
apparently really not well.
It didn't go well at all. It really didn't. Like the community there was very hostile.
Then you see where my point is kind of made in that situation, right? Where like I said, and it's not just on when I say that our own generation and our parents' generation undermined us, all the work that we in the 90s going into the new millennium. I mean that on both sides. I definitely meant that on both sides, not just the white side, but I meant that on the black side too. And it's things like this that was definitely a present thing in 2006 even. So that's the whole point that I'm trying to make right now. See, it's like I still say, and that's why I say that the Wurgle family was brave at that point for being willing to do this, because the stigma that they would have to endure on the black side for the perceived blackface, and on the white side for even wanting to associate with a black family, live with a black family, and even put on makeup, become black, and it's sort of like, move about situations. And then even that situation itself with that, with that whole experiment between those two, it, like I said, the stigma that they would get from both sides would be, and it's a double standard, because in that same stretch at that time, I'm not saying that it wasn't in its own way a brave thing, but the stigma wouldn't be as much on them as a black family by the black community. Seriously, it wouldn't be. Not at all. Not really. And it's more of this.
Totally. Most people didn't, once they finally found out, didn't really care.
But because it wasn't, and then we realized how involved it was. See, somebody just kind of saying, you know what, I'm gonna put some shoe polish on, and but they have to understand that, and that's the thing that Jim has to understand, rich or poor. When somebody is putting on dark black makeup, I mean, we're talking about like jet black, backstage vaudeville makeup, old back in the day type of shit, that probably was shoe polish. And then they put white makeup or whatever around their lips to really kind of give you a viewpoint of things, and then we get the man, and then we get this. It's like entertainment has all, from what I can see, has often been a way to sort of like communicate to people who other people are, or at least who this creator perceives certain people to be. And then people take that and they believe those people to be this perception. Or else why would this person depict these people in this way if they're not like that? So as if to say that a white guy with a stick up his ass, and likes cheese and wine. Not every white guy is that guy, but is there a guy that's like that? Is there a guy who seems like he has a stick up his ass and likes cheese and wine? Yeah. And it's like, okay, we're depicting that guy, but if that's all we depict, if every time you see me depicting a white guy, put on that white makeup and I'm depicting a white guy, oh, I'm going to be this guy because that's all there is of that guy, cheese and wine and sitting around frilly and doing what I want to do. That's who I am as a white man. You know what I'm saying? And nobody else really sees white guys like that. And they think all these guys are free little white guys that talk like this with an air of just doofy arrogance. You know what I'm saying? And so it's the same thing in reverse. That's the same concept. And
that's it. Like you saw that with like black comedians for a long, maybe even today. I don't know, but like it always has been that kind of thing. As fucking hilarious as a lot of that shit is, they're all just the same guy. There's very rarely any kind of deviation for the most part. It is always just that, stick up his ass, fucking cheese and meat platter loving motherfucker.
The guys I thought that were just straight white that turned out to be maybe European or maybe Australian or some shit like that, or or they never talk about the punk rock guys, they never talk about the rock guys, they never talk about the skateboard guys, or they never talk about the it's always this, like you said, it's always this one seemingly stick up their ass kind of guy. I get it. I do know.
It's just like, it's a recognizable stereotype, sure, but you're also severely limiting yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And then there's a lot of people that's like, it's, but it's on the same thing. I mean, and that's what I'm trying to have him understand. So then when you have that and people see that, and then Hollywood starts to develop as, when the motion pictures start, start to develop and everything like that, start to move forward, and Hollywood starts to develop. And then so for all this time, you had, at least in the entertainment that people could come and kind of see live for the most part, you have a message being sent that these people are like this. So when you start depicting and you do this, and all people see is just kind of like either very lazy, very, just very accident prone or whatever, super scared about everything. And that starts to develop that type of situation, unintelligent. And then once the movie started to develop, the motion pictures, and then they started to become, talkies and everything like that and all that, you have more of that context that was being built. So then you have the typecasting. That's where the typecasting starts right from the beginning. They had this whole thing of people being told that this is how they are, this is how they're supposed to be, and it was so funny. Like even in The Candidate, I don't remember the Will Ferrell, fucking Zach Galifianakis movie.
Oh yeah.
Where even though he had an Asian maid, he still had that woman speaking an old southern drawl, like, what I'm saying, like that type, what I'm saying, seriously, because that's what they're comfortable, because the reality is that's what those old motherfuckers are comfortable with. All of us speaking, or all of people like myself speaking like that, because they know because they know they're not getting themselves an education and separating themselves or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They won't be dependent. So they know they're speaking like that. You know what I'm saying? They comfortable. They're comfortable with that. You know, it's just, oh my God, it's crazy sometimes. And you have the weight of that structure is on you. And if you want to be an actor, and if you're African American and you want to be an actor, you want to be an actress, you have to venture into that structure. That's not a lot of it's in your control, and you just have to let your talent shine through, and hopefully you can get beyond that eventually. But you know that's what the fuck it was, you know, and it's just. And like I said, I think a lot of it was unnecessary, and it created things that it didn't have to create, and that's why we have to have these. That's why we find ourselves having these conversations, because we never just simply shed all of that shit, that entertainment, that live entertainment was doing, and everything like that. But and the only thing we could do in response is say, you know what? Now we'll go up there. We won't put on whiteface, but we'll go up there and do stand-up comedy where we'll just depict white people as all of these fucking just, oh God. You know what I'm saying? And then I meet other people that are nothing like that.
Get my bank loan today.
You know, or it's like, yeah, boy. You know what I'm saying? Or everybody's like, yeah, boy. Everybody's on the edge of calling you a nigger. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like it's like only those two. It's like either the rich arrogant fucks that don't give a shit about you, or they're the toothless, or they're the toothless tobacco spitting redneck that don't give a shit about you.
Yeah, just literally just trembling, just waiting to just throw that N-bomb at you.
But then the reality that I grew up with is that there's other people that don't have anything to do with either one of those situations. There are single, you know what I'm saying, single mothers out there with shithead ex-husbands, you know what I'm saying, that have to figure out what they have to figure out, and they move into a neighborhood that's predominantly black or whatever, and they're just living their lives. They're not racist, and you know, and anything like that. It's just different. It's just different people out here in this world that are not either. They're not either one way or the other. They're, you know, they're somewhere in that middle that people think don't exist a lot of the fucking time. So, you know, there's somewhere way in between that people just don't think is there, you know, and then have nothing to do with either one of those sides.
Which, in reality, that's probably almost the largest segment, really.
Yeah, that's
definitely the largest segment.
That's the thing that you realize, man. That's the thing that you end up realizing. And I think that if they, I mean, but there was some things there, and I mean but wow, I mean, good show. I mean, I still think, for what it's worth, good show. I think it was a good, more than a good show. It was a good experiment overall. Very interesting. Did it leave some things on the table? Should there have been more episodes? Should there have been another season? You know, I don't know how, you know, how you would look at something like this. You know,
I think I would say, yeah, as we said when we talked about this last week, another season probably would have been kind of redundant. I feel like this one just should have had more episodes, and they should have delved into more things.
Yeah. One thing that I thought was kind of strange in the last episode regarding that, and I think would have benefited for more episodes, I say, is the psychiatrist.
Yeah, that was like, I think they introduced that maybe the first episode briefly, and then it was briefly.
I don't even remember the psychiatrist from the first episode. I don't. It's just
I'm fairly sure that was somewhere early on. I feel like they had a very brief scene with that psychiatrist.
The one doing the race relations, right?
Yeah, but no, in the last episode they brought in the psychiatrist, and I'm like, where the hell did she come from? It's just because I don't remember her from earlier in the season. I don't.
No, but I think one time they were getting talked to, the guy was male though, right?
No, actually, no, that was a different thing. That was they call him a moderator, which never saw him again.
Oh,
but
okay.
I could have sworn they introduced that therapist like very briefly early on. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I don't remember it. I really
But
don't.
either way, it's like, yeah, an example of like clearly a lot was cut out.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be. I mean, it could just be that maybe they had to cut it out because, well, this was uploaded to YouTube. So, I mean,
No, I think what we got is everything that there is. At least I'm guessing. Seemed to be.
Oh, real quick, y'all. Do you remember? Did you guys catch when Brian had said that Nick looked like Michael Jackson?
No.
I don't remember that. No.
Really? Yeah, I was just remembering that when I was looking at him right now. Like, I was just wondering if you guys heard that too.
Wait, are you talking about when he was wearing makeup?
Yeah, when they first
I will admit he does actually kind of look like Michael Jackson when he was wearing makeup.
When they first revealed themselves to each other.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, that does sound kind of familiar.
When they first revealed themselves to each other, I think he said that. That's when he said that to him. That he kind of looked like Michael Jackson, and I was like, really?
He did kind of look like he does kind of look like Michael Jackson a little bit. The only thing that doesn't look like Michael Jackson is that his nose looks real.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But there was another scene where Nick was wearing sunglasses and he looked Asian, I thought.
You know, I could say something, but I'm not going to.
Oh, God. then that was just awesome just now. Okay.
Yeah.
But again, so I say, I think we all agree. I think I agree with you guys. More episodes, and I think just.
Yeah, I say 6 episodes was too short. I think this show could have benefited from 8 episodes, maybe.
8? I mean, what I'm saying is, I think there were just a lot of scenarios that were like they should have. I mean, they should have put Nick in a scenario to where he had to either interact with some other white kids in some way, either. Because he liked to play basketball. See, there's just so many interesting things to do. He likes to play basketball. I guess he felt he's pretty good at it or whatever. Like, why not have him just go out there where some black guys are playing basketball and see if they'll let him play? You know what I'm saying? See if they'll let him play and just go and fucking play. You know, or have her go out there as a black girl amongst, you know what I'm saying, or go out there, you know what I'm saying, as a, like I said before, her Rose going out as a white girl, you know what I'm saying, amongst that same community that, you know what I'm saying, not in the poetry slam, but just in the community that she was going out in as a black girl, and just seeing what that would be like and everything like that. Just different scenarios that I just wanted to fucking, you know, see happen and everything like that. Yeah. That I just and I wanted her to be able, I wanted Renee to be able to be in more situations where she was just, because see, I felt like what they always did with her though, is that they always had Renee interacting with Carmen directly as the white woman that she was interacting with. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was in makeup or with, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But it's like, put her in a situation where she's dealing with other white people more and more.
They did briefly, but yeah, not that much.
Yeah, I needed more
until she found her bestie, which I thought was a nice moment of racism from Renee, when she was basically just like, I finally found a good one. She's all like this. I don't know if there's any, you know, all these white people. I can't connect with white people. I found a good one. She's my bestie now.
See that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what I'm talking about with this. I thought when I saw it way back that I would have an issue with the white family. I ended up having an issue with Renee and just feeling like Renee and Brian overall were just trying to play into something because truly the Wurgles didn't know any better. So they were trying to play into something that they really weren't, you know what I'm saying, for them, I think. And I'm saying everything like that, but they didn't take it too far. They didn't take it far in the way of fakery, but just the way they were talking and acting, I just think that it just wasn't really, you know what I'm saying, like that. And I just think every little thing, like I said, even with the bitch thing, I mean, that whole thing is just, nah. You know what I'm saying? Everything, I think with a lot of people is about context. You know what I'm saying? Mostly. So this, you know what I'm saying? For her not to say, okay, you know, but you know what I'm saying? Like saying, Renee, you're a bitch or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? This is my bitch right here, or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, or whatever, or trying to act like that, but they're just trying to go over the shit. She's going over the shit and she just says it. You know what I'm saying? It's just I don't know. It's just to me.
And anyone who's either unwilling or choosing to be ignorant to context, I don't even want to deal with you if you're going to be like that. I fucking hate that. Where it's like, you know damn well the context of what happened there, but you're choosing, I would say in that point, choosing to ignore it. Get the fuck out of here. And I could definitely see why Carmen was furious, because I would be too.
You have to be smart enough to have these conversations, and that's the, you know, and that's the whole thing. Intelligent conversation. That's the, you know what I'm saying? That's the why it's so hard, because you have to have an intelligent conversation, not a mea culpa. I don't need anybody to admit anything to me or confess anything to me or acknowledge anything of what happened before. The facts are there. You know, if we want to have a conversation about race, we can just have the conversation about race. And we talk about the words and everything like that. That's the whole thing. The words are words. And at one point, that word meant a dumb person. So right from the outset, I don't prescribe myself with that word. And yes, and I tell people all the time, I've said it a bunch of times before. And like I said, I don't know. I do it because I know that we've now taken control of the word. It doesn't really mean much. It's just more of a thing, like we just, you know, so we just use it, term of endearment, in a way. It's weird, it's ironic, as fuck. I know. But
for some people, it's almost punctuation to a point.
But it's just But the main point about it is an exclusive club that we have now, that a lot of people can't be. That a lot of people can't be a part of. It will be worried about. There's no law against it, but most people just won't go there unless they're in the safety of a laptop. You know what I'm saying? That has a camera, then they'll go there. But otherwise they won't go there. You know, and it's like, and I'm saying, and it's like, I know that, and it's an exclusive club, and until we just get over it, it's gonna always be like that. And it's not a whole lot that people can do about that. You know, it's just like, you know, and the only thing that we can do is just have, but I don't prescribe to the name. It's not something that I hold dear to my heart. It's a petty thing. It is. It's a petty, sometimes, and somewhat immature thing. You know, but to be able to just usurp that power is just something that is hard to let go of. I can't help it. You know, can't help it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people like myself can't help it. It's just, that's what that feels like. So to be honest with everybody, that's why. And I mean, I don't know how long it'll be when I get over it, until I get over it. Or I don't know if we'll collectively get over it, but I don't know. The name,
I'm not sure.
but if I'm being completely honest, yeah, the name, it means it's normally described as a dumb person, and I don't prescribe to the definition of that word. I definitely don't. It's just something that we do because it's like the most ironic thing that you can't get your head around. That some people can't get their head around, and it's fun to have them all bugged out about it still. And yeah, that's what that is. It's petty. Yeah, it is. I can hardly argue with any of the other things, but will it stop? Probably not for a long time still.
not in our lifetimes.
I don't think. I mean, I'm not going to do anything to contribute. Not right now. I don't know. Not at this point, because it's just, you know, yeah, you got to eat that now. So now you got to eat your fear. That whole fear, you got to eat your whole fear that people had. Like, and that's you know why? Look, let me tell you something. Until really, really old black dudes that were really part of the struggle say that they're not good with it anymore. See, that's when the real conversation will happen. I'm gonna be honest with you. See, that's really giving you guys an insight into the real black culture. Seriously, I'm being serious here. Like the reason why we took it and we keep it is because older black dudes are so cool with it. Like old dudes that was in the struggle that had to shine motherfucking shoes, that had to cook for mother that didn't think that thought so little of them and everything like that. They love the fact that we can call white people niggers. They love that shit. They love it. Even more than the fact that we can call them crackers. They love the fact that we can call them niggers now. Love it.
Crackers may be the most useless term ever.
But Jim hates it. Jim hates that shit. I know. I know personally. He hates that because when we were pissed off at each other, I used it. He hates the fuck out of that. Oh my God, does he hate that? Woo! Jeez.
Well, it was. I just can't imagine. Like, I know I am a cracker, but I can't imagine even in the heat of an argument being just like, how dare you?
All I'm gonna say is that I like graham crackers. Okay.
I bet you like saltines, don't you? Yeah, cracker ass cracker.
Actually, I don't like saltine crackers. I don't. They make my mouth too dry. It's just like, yeah.
Oh my God, but seriously, man, it's just I don't know. I mean, like I say, that's probably the best way that I could pretty much just kind of lay it on the line with this one right now, man. I mean, I don't know if it'll ever change, at this point. But I mean, like, yeah, it's so because old guys they love that. They fucking love it. They fucking love that we got them shook about it. That a word that they had to hear all the time, even in place of their names, even in place of their names, man. I don't. That's the other thing you have to understand. We don't use that in place of our people's names. Our people are still human beings, and there are, what I'm saying. So we don't just use it in place of people's names. But that's that bitch ass. What I'm saying? If we're angry, what I'm saying. Yeah. Things like that. It's just more of a. It's more of an add-on because it's just more of a, like we can. It's just more. It's more of a reminder, a middle finger, like we control it. So we just add it on. We sprinkle it whenever we want to. It's like fucking hot sauce in a motherfucker's purse. We just, every once in a while, we just, Wait,
that's the thing people do?
Sometimes. Look, man, I'm not going to fucking lie to you, man. See, they needed me on Black White. They needed me up there, man, because, some people fucking do. Yeah, they come up the purse, hot sauce, just
reaching like, I'm gonna get a $5 out of that. Ghost pepper, motherfucker. Who did this?
I'm just saying, man. Like, just it's a little seasoning to what you're talking about. Sometimes it just and plus a little middle finger that lets people know we still control it and things like that. And yeah, old black dudes love it. Old civil rights era black dudes, they fucking love that shit. They fucking love it, and they never say anything. You don't hear anybody that was really part of the civil rights movement. Like it's like some comedians, some saying Al Sharpton or whatever that was. But we're talking about the old dudes, even older than Al Sharpton. Was at that point. That was like you never heard them say anything because they fucking love it. Because they fucking love it. They love this whole. They love this whole pandemonium that we got them in about that word. They fucking love it. And until they stop loving it, it's gonna be something that we're gonna hold on to. I'm pretty sure they got to stop loving it first.
So probably probably 20 years before.
Say again.
Probably got at least 20 years ish before.
Maybe they all gotta die. That's probably the only way. Maybe they all gotta die, so they won't be anybody to act like they still love it. But
that's what I was kind of thinking. Like 20-ish, 30 maybe years. I don't know. Like we've got a while before it's gonna,
Yeah, because
start to disappear.
that's why it happened like that, because I think the switch happened because when we started to get free and we started to get a little more separate and everything like that, segregation kind of happened in different ways because, you know, like, you have to be honest, man. Like the thing about it is, so those people who had to work and serve those people who didn't regard them hardly at all, and they raised kids up and things like that, and they had to witness what a lot of them went through. A lot of them did segregate for the thing of they didn't want to live up under that anymore. So it was like, man, we'll just basically live our own lives and be over here and just doing our own thing, and you know what I'm saying, and things like that. And you know, so it was more segregation. Look, I just want to kind of be relieved from that shit for a little while. It wasn't about like we don't like white people, but it's like, okay, look, we can just be over here and just have some relief from this. You know what I'm saying? It would just be great. You know, it would just really be fucking great. And I think that's kind of how that whole, you know, I think this kind of whole thing started from there. And it's just more about this kind of just still anger. It's still seething, you know what I'm saying, a little bit. And then once we got control of the word, it was just like, yeah, you know, it was like, yeah, keep it. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep control. I'm trying to tell you, the gatekeepers were the old, you know what I'm saying, with the old civil rights era black dudes. They were the gatekeepers of the word. And when they took it over and they kept passing it on down and passing it on down. And, you know, Red Fox said it on Sanford and Son.
What we're talking 70s, I think.
Probably. Nigga, is you crazy? Right on Sanford and Son, right on the episode of Sanford and Son. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you, like, it's something that's been entrenched in, and it's not gonna go anywhere. That man was friends, and we're talking about Red Fox, a man who was close friends with Malcolm X. I mean,
I suppose now those all black civil rights guys are just like, in the current times, they're just sitting back like, feel free to say it, but I hope you know there's a bunch of people with cameras, and I hope you didn't want to work anytime in the next few years.
I'm just saying
that shit's going on the internet.
I'm just saying, like, it just didn't matter once they really see what happened at first was like this, like the saying goes, the revolution wasn't televised. So at first, once they realized we got control of the word, see, getting control of the word means you could whoop a white man's ass for saying it. See, that's what control of the word meant. You feel me? See, when we got to the point where you could whoop a white man's ass for saying it, you didn't have to fear and then you go across the street because, you know what I'm saying, because a white man was walking down the sidewalk, you cross that street, you know what I'm saying, you know, running, won't walk around here running, you know what I'm saying? See, all of that, you know what I'm saying? It's like all of that shit. Now, a white man think he can say some shit like that, he gets his ass beat. And that was starting to tell a friend, you know what I'm saying how to get your ass beat these days, you know what I'm saying? And then we realized we had control, you know, that's when you realize, oh yeah, we got control of the word now. So then it was just like, you know, you really didn't need the internet, but see, now it's more, if you really want to affect people who will act like they didn't say it when they said it, you know, that's where the cameras come in and record them and get them affected and getting them caught out there being racist when they think nobody's seen them be racist. That's the other world that still exists out there. The people who don't want to be known as racist. That's what that movie was about. The oh my God, what was that movie? Oh my God, it was about the women, that racial group.
The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants?
See, yeah, okay. Probably, I don't know, America Ferrera and Barbie. I mean, that whole situation was kind of funny. You know, I mean, do we know, by the way, real quick, while I'm looking this up, do we know if there were any black Kens in that movie?
I have no idea.
What, Barbie?
Yeah.
I mean, I can look it up, but
given that like Hollywood has pretty much put like a fairly blanket diversity quota for things, you would think.
Let's see.
But
Barbie.
I don't know.
I know that there was like a couple of Asian people in Barbie, but let's see. Well, it looks like there was a Middle Eastern guy in the movie. Yeah, there was a black guy. There was.
But was he a Ken though? Because you got to understand that
Yeah.
America Ferrara was a Barbie and Issa Rae was a Barbie. But was he a Ken?
The black guy in Barbie was a Ken. The Asian guy, Simu Liu, was a Ken.
Oh yeah, he's from the Daily Show.
Yeah, Kinsley Ben Adir, he was a Ken. That was the
Okay.
Middle. I think he was the Middle Eastern guy. Yeah, he was a Ken.
No. What was say his name again?
Kingsley Ben Adir.
That's the guy who's playing Bob Marley in this movie that's coming out.
Yeah, I forget what the title is. I just saw that the other day.
One Love.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it was Middle Eastern. I see a bit. I went according to his name.
I mean, yeah, fair enough.
But a closer look at his picture, yeah, he's black.
But Ben Kingsley's Middle Eastern?
No. Kingsley Ben Adir.
Okay, but I was being ironic, but you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Ben Kingsley was pretending to be Asian in Iron Man 2.
But the name of the movie is Soft. But by the way, the name of the movie was Soft and Quiet.
Yeah.
Soft and Quiet. Okay.
And then so he's playing Bob Marley in that. Oh, this is the same guy that played Gravik in Secret Invasion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was starting to pick up, you know what I'm saying, on him a little bit. But yeah, that movie about the racist, you know what I'm saying, about the racist female, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, support group was called Soft and Quiet. And it just kind of dealing. It's kind of basically. I'm not sure how of course we got there in race, but you know.
Yeah, but no, it's just it doesn't look like that there was a black actress that played a Barbie in this movie. Doesn't wait, hold on. Yes, there was. Alexandra Shipp. Oh yeah, Issa Rae. Oh, okay, yeah, I see her now. Okay, yeah.
That's what I was, you know, just okay. But I just wanted to make sure that we were good on that while we were doing all of this. But yeah.
Yeah, Issa Rae, and it looks like also Alexandra Shipp. At least I think she's black. Is she? Hold on. Let me get a closer look at her picture. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I'm just looking at the IMDb page. And Kate McKinnon was in the movie?
Yeah, I do recall seeing a picture of her. I think she had, like, I don't know, face tattoos or some kind of face paint or something. But I've actually heard from a couple people whose opinion I typically respect on things that the Barbie movie actually is at least somewhat worth checking out.
Well, it's on Max, so I might check it out at some point.
Is that a movie for next week?
God, I hope not.
Even though we said we never would.
I do want to.
Well, as the saying goes, never say never.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what you guys want to do. Do you guys still want to try to get into The Expanse, or?
Well, we are now.
I was just thinking. I was just looking at the time, both the time of the show and the time that it actually is here now. I was like, yeah, maybe we just save that for next week.
Yeah, let's save it for next week.
Oh, okay.
Because we are now almost 4.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nearly 6:30.
But a great show. This is just what this is with us right now. I mean, this is our constant TEE. Okay, we planned on
TEE.
Yeah, we planned on doing the Expanse and Black White, but we didn't think Black White was going to be this much of a conversation starter. You know,
is there a way to say TEE with a serious tone? Is that TEE?
TEE.
I don't think it's possible. It always sounds groovy.
TEE-HEE.
No.
TEE-HEE.
No. Okay, I got it. I got it. Tahiti. Tahiti.
I hear it's a wonderful place.
Tahiti. TEE-HEE TV.
Tahiti's on the way to Kokomo, right?
Maybe.
Kokomo's not real. Which Turkin Scrubs was shattered to look.
But Margaritaville is.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And so is you know what? No. All right.
Come on, what was it?
Marijuanaville.
Really? Where does that exist at? In St. Olaf, along with the rest of Jim's stories?
It's just like the song.
I don't know. Yeah, I think
Wasting away in Marijuanaville.
I think I would have known about that. I think I would have known about that by now. I think I would have known about Marijuanaville by now, for sure. But
I'd love to live there. You don't have to have a job. You can just get high all day and watch Adult Swim or whatever you choose to watch. I know for me, it's going to be at least 30% Adult Swim.
Okay, so here's a challenge now. Are we going to just do season 1 of The Expanse, or are we venturing for season 1 and 2 of The Expanse?
I think we should just do seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So seasons 1 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, we should just dedicate next week to seasons 1 and 2 of The Expanse.
Oh, just the 2 seasons. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
then.
just the 2 seasons.
Sure. We don't want to add in a movie or anything. Just you know.
No, we already got Bobby.
What?
Oh, God, I thought we agreed that we were going to discuss the first movie of Mission Impossible.
No, definitely more. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather go for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I really don't want to watch the Barbie movie, man. It's just like, look, I like Margot Robbie, but not that much.
Look, I don't know. I mean, if there was some interest from anybody else, I might have, because now that I know that there at least was one black Ken, you know, I mean, they didn't fumble. See, that's the whole thing. I just don't want them to fumble on the situation. That's all. I mean, and if they had but there should be all of that. Latino Kens. There should be like was the Asian Ken. I think there should be, you know what I'm saying? I think there should be a Russian Ken, aka I guess Dolph Lundgren should be there. It should have been there, you know, somehow. You know,
Michael Cera's in it, so I guess he plays Frail Ken. I don't know.
No, he said he was Alan. I'm not sure what the fuck that was.
Who the fuck is Alan?
I'm not sure.
The classic Ken, Bobby, Alan.
And where the fuck is Skipper? Was Skipper in there?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay. Look, man, I had a sister, okay? Sorry, all right? I had a sister.
And her name's Skipper?
No. No, but I mean, I know.
Was he a 55-year-old white man?
No, I know about. Look, that was actually I guess the cousin or something like that of Barbie, Skipper.
Really?
Yeah.
Barbie had a cousin named Skipper. Really?
Yes. Yeah, I had a sister. Like I said, this is part of the accessory thing. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I have a younger sister as well, and she used to love Barbies. I don't remember Skipper or Alan.
I don't know. I never heard of that, but I do definitely remember a Skipper. But this is so funny. This is so going off the rails. Why are we going off the rails? Why are we closing the show with this? But this is funny. This is another TEE right here, folks. Maybe we should just
TEE.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So one thing I was going to do before. So every time Bruno speaks, this is Brian.
You done fucked up now.
You know what? Oh my God.
Am I wrong?
Thinking, at least thinking that's how Bruno will see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God. I remember how this goes. I've seen enough black exploitation to know how this goes. You know? Oh my God. You don't want you don't want to get him pimp walking. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God.
Who the hell's interrupting my karate?
Oh my God.
Little Chinese boy with just little Chinese legs.
All right, so it is set here, folks. Before we continue on another train ride here, because it could go another number of minutes. So Damian, if you would be so kind to play our last TEE clip outro and make sure we have the timing right here.
All right, let me find the most uplifting one we've got.
Oh no.
Thanks, man. Ah, my favorite, buddy. Shane? Shane!
TEE-HEE!